Good evening, everybody. We have got Stellaris back up. I was hoping to do a little bit over the weekend, but things kind of caught up with me. And we'll talk about some of those on maybe during the cast, but they do involve, maybe for the benefit off the top, I'll just mention what's sort of on the agenda for the week, and then we can move straight into the game. So I did another episode of the Elder Scrolls, and that will be the season finale, I guess is the right way to term it, for Elder Scrolls Arena. At a pretty good time of it, and there's a fairly extensive debrief at the end, so that will be up on Tuesday. I was running into a bad habit where I would try and, I'd try and put it off a little bit, but unfortunately what that translated into was these really late nights where I would try and record things, and because I have work and things are particularly busy at work, I didn't want to, or, I couldn't stay up too late, and then we wouldn't get more of the episode done. So all of that is sort of out of the way. I've got Elder Scrolls in the can for tomorrow at 7 o'clock, and I'll make sure to put a link and all of that inside of chat. So that was how I spent my weekend, rather than the new 2.2 patch, which is pretty interesting based on what we did on Friday. So let's just start it off. There's a very helpful little message at the beginning. Greetings, Stellaris has once again undergone bold changes. In 2.2, the focus of the changes has been to rework how you develop planets and to deepen the game's economy. The purpose is to make the management of planets more fun and engaging. Tiles are gone and have been replaced with districts, buildings, and jobs. And you will now instead construct city districts, farming districts, mining districts, and generator districts, as well as various buildings with more specialized roles. Districts and buildings provide jobs, and a job worked by a pop will produce resources. As a planet gains more pops, it will unlock more building slots. Buildings work similar to how they did before, but now most of them provide jobs instead of producing resources directly. Mad King Brutos, thank you very much. Indeed, 6 months. I always like considering it the half year. And of course, the reason for that is streamers who want to refer to the Twitch baby are celebrating celebrating 3/4. And the celebration is coming too early. I want you guys to work for it. I want you to be subbed for the whole year before I give you praise. But no, thank you very much for that, Mad King Brutos. It is very hard to believe that it has been 6 months. And as you say, I sometimes wonder if you're getting your money's worth for it, but I really appreciate the fact that you have stuck so long with me. So thank you very much for that. And Booty Freak 9001, you've been meaning to play more Stellaris. Well, I never know if it's Le Guin or Le Guin, but Ursula Le Guin, wonderful author, gets she's the one that the patch is named after, and as always, I mean, there's pretty much, if there is ever a best time to play a Paradox game, it sort of feels like all the time is really the best time to play it. When a new patch comes out is definitely a good time. So if you have been on the fence about it, definitely give it a shot. On December 6th, I believe, is when the new DLC comes out. I should double check that, actually. Megacorp. December 6th. So that's in this Thursday. But yeah, it'll come with this associated patch. I think the Megacorp is a really fun little mechanic to put in. The Paradox website will tell you what features come with the patch and what features come with the base game. But I'm pretty encouraged by it. So if you're debating about it, Booty Freak, even if you don't wind up picking up the new expansion, definitely give it a shot with the new patch, because I think the game will be very different regardless of how recently you've played the game. And Mad King Bruto says, you do get your money's worth indeed. Poor sleeping habit means that you might miss a stream or two, but you always enjoy tuning in. I am glad to hear that, and this is going to be one of the other things I talked about a bit later. There might be something to help you with your sleep coming by. Anyways, I did say I was going to finish reading this little bulletin board. So what? 2.2 also introduces a new trade route system. What you essentially want to do is collect value found in space and produced on planets by upgrading a nearby starbase. You should then set up a trade route leading back to your home system. Trade value is converted into usable resources when it reaches your trade capital. We recommend you take a look at the updated tutorial. Due to the size and the scope of the changes, saved games from previous versions will not be compatible with version 2.2. If you wish to continue your old save in version 2.2, follow the forum link below and read the thread How to Revert Stellaris to a Previous Version. So, with that in mind, if you guys are getting into Stellaris again, don't forget about the patch. So don't get locked into anything you'll miss for the next 3 days. Now, because I have a few of you, I just want to check something here. System Talk doing a bedtime story podcast. Take your money. Actually, a bedtime story would be kind of fun. Now that I think of it, not quite what I had in mind. How is the volume for the music? Because to me it is quite quiet. But from what I've heard from others, the game to voice volume is all right. And I don't know, like, I can definitely hear the audio sounds. I just feel like this beautiful soundtrack isn't getting its due. Is everybody good with those levels? I'll continue on with the game anyway, but just brief caveat. I'm still waiting on my new mouse, so I don't actually know what the whole galaxy looks like. I suspect the mouse will probably arrive roughly around the time that the patch goes live, so we've got a very constrained view of the galaxy. But with the changes to the hyperlanes, that's actually not the worst thing in the world, because we can't see that far out anyway. But my decision making is necessarily sort of short-sighted, because I am constrained. Essentially, the mouse wheel is a little off. So balancing music and menu sounds have always been hard with Stellaris, but I think I have a good level set. Good to know. So, who are we playing? We are playing Rhizome Capital. Now, the way that I set up the species, there's a few weird little weird oddities that happen whenever we run into the the events. I'll try not to stumble over it, but who is Rhizome Capital? Rhizome Capital is pleased to announce that it has successfully completed its first round of seed capital. Our plants are already running at full capacity, getting ready to offer you the finest goods and services the galaxy has to offer. Tax season got you down? Our bean counters at Deloitte are licensed in all jurisdictions and legal systems. Need help with housework? Rhizome Robotics solar-powered photosynthetic assistants are ready to attend to your every need. Under the sage guidance of Ebenezer Hawthorne, we'll make you green. Rhizome Capital. Leaf growth to the experts. There is an associated Twitter account for this group. So if you want to follow the journey, it is going on offline as well. Well, off-cast, definitely not offline. So we are plant capitalists, and we are opening new branches. So basically, the species, so its governing ethics are egalitarian, xenophile, and materialist. They are a megacorp, so corporate governments are organized as a massive commercial enterprise that has completely supplanted the role of the state. The civics that they have are brand loyalty. This megacorporation has fostered a great sense of brand loyalty among its internal consumer base. Its catchy corporate slogans can be recited by nearly everyone. This translates into an additional monthly unity. And then the other feature is franchising. Now, this would not have been my first choice, but it was consistent with sort of the sort of species that I wanted to play. And so this is an important thing. I'm not necessarily trying to do the best Megacorp run. In fact, if anything, this is a great chance for me to make some really stupid mistakes, because I already know that I'm going to be learning a whole bunch of new new mechanics. But in this case, this mega corporation relies heavily on franchising. Subsidiaries share a greater cut of their profits with the corporate overlord in exchange for a license to market their goods under established brands. In this case, the effects of subsidiary subject power on relations is reduced by 33%, and the impact of branch offices on our empire size is decreased by 25%. So I'm not 100% clear on how subsidiaries get created. I'm assuming it's some diplomatic option, and it may even just be the same as vassalization in the case of a megacorp. But we'll figure out how it goes as we go along. We haven't actually run into any new species. We're only 7 years into the game, and part of it is because I do these long intros. But it's useful to know what we're doing. So, regrettably, Ebenezer Hawthorne has arrested development. He sort of figures he's got it all figured out. He was the one to take us into space. And he is an investor, so 10% trade value, charismatic. I haven't really been taking advantage of edicts, but we'll see if we can do something about that. And our current agenda is skill development. So for the people who do not suffer from arrested development, we have a leader experience gain of 25%. The shareholders themselves they have tropical preference. They're ingenious, so a bonus 15% to energy credits, and then also any jobs that generate trade value gain an additional 25%. So purely commercial plant species. And the exchange for that is that they're non-adaptive. There is a decrease in terms of forum environments, which means that they have a little bit of difficulty colonizing places. Speaking of, we are halfway through our first colony, and the sharp-eyed amongst you, if this is the first that you've ever seen Megacorps, you'll realize that there are some pretty substantial changes in terms of the overall layout of things. I wonder sometimes if this is a function of the fact that the game is being ported to consoles, but this is actually a pretty tidy little menu in my opinion. So our familiar energy, minerals, and food are still here. Food works quite differently. You'll notice that my storage is, I believe, 10,000. That might even be 100,000. No, 10,000. Sorry, my contacts are a little fuzzy. So you no longer have a policy that will sort of dictate what your... there is a food policy, but it's different. So in this case, there's strict rationing, which will decrease upkeep, but it will sort of, it is not, let's say that it is not in line with rapid growth. And then there's nutritional plentitude. So in this case, you'll have to pay more in terms of food, but it will improve happiness and speed. Now, it's a tough call because I don't think I can afford another 25% towards food. But I actually think this would probably be a decent idea. I think this would be a decent idea to take up. Well, let's think about it. So we're looking at about 15 or 16. Let's say 16, 8. Yeah, so I need to generate about 3 more food. I could probably afford the deficit for a bit, but I don't want to do that. But it's something I will keep in mind. So in addition to the 3 base resources, we now have 2 sort of advanced or refined goods. There's a bit of a... I don't know if it's a myth or it's an idea that minerals don't matter as much as they used to. And I sort of understand where people are going with that. And I think it's a trap. The better way to think about it is that minerals will be the foundations for your economy. And so you will want to not just generate enough to be able to refine into other goods, but you'll also want to keep building... I'm getting a bunch of static. mean, in theory, you guys should still be able to see all of this, but I'm getting a big red box telling me that I'm dropping frames all over the place. And it's mighty irritating. Okay, tell you what, I'm sorry to do this to you guys. I'm going to turn off the stream. I'm going to try and reset the servers, and we'll see if we can get things... We'll see if we can get things back on... Oh, hang on. Maybe they resolve themselves. All right, well, we'll work with this. Sorry about that. Anyways, so the big thing about this is that you will wind up building a lot of your economic base using minerals, and so if you ignore them in favor of something like alloys, then you're just going to find out that you're not able to grow, you're not able to take advantage of all those pops that you're going to wind up making. But basically, pops will consume consumer goods. And they will, maybe the pops won't, but the things that you build will consume alloys. And so essentially what you need to do is you need to manage all of these resources. You need to manage your supply chain a little bit to make sure that you're able to grow at the rate that you want. And there's a very helpful little market. So the nice thing that's about this, the market, it'll charge you a fee, and prices of things will go up if you keep using it. So in this case, I've bought 300 alloys. The current price is 557. Obviously, if I keep buying alloys, they will become relatively more expensive. Of course, I also generate a lot of energy, so I might be able to get away with that. But those of you who've played Europa Universalis 4 might recognize what happens if you let inflation get out of hand. So basically, you can rebalance in the form of the market, but the market's going to take its 30% plus whatever you do to sort of... Essentially what you want to do, the market will allow you to address certain imbalances, but if you don't actually structure your economy in such a way that you're able to produce what you need, you're going to experience inflation for the goods that you require. And so it's definitely a fun little way of modeling this, because it's, you could sort of ask yourself the question of a lot of games and the economies that they build. It's like, well, why don't people just always, make gold and then go and buy whatever they want? And the easy answer for that is if you did that in the real world, everyone would produce gold and there simply wouldn't be things to buy. So it's kind of neat that Stellaris has modeled that. On to the last thing, and then we'll properly jump into the gameplay. This is what they're talking about in terms of pops. So you can grow one pop on each planet. There will be eventually the ability to build robots as well. But they are all distributed amongst these different resources. So there are farmers here, there's clerks. These are sort of the lower strata, and they're generating sort of the basic resources. In this case, energy, minerals, food, and then amenities and trade value is maybe, they're not exactly a refined good, but they're related to these two, and amenities will ultimately determine the happiness on your planet. Specialists do create refined goods. So in this particular case here, we've got two people generating consumer goods. We've got somebody generating unity and reducing crime. That's the police officer here. I could probably just pull them away and put them towards something else, but that probably wouldn't be a good idea. We've got people working at the corporate shrine or something like that. Metallurgists, we built a second one so that we can build more alloys. Which of course takes quite a bit in terms of mineral inputs. And then we've got researchers. Researchers turn consumer goods into research. And of course we can build more buildings to do this. Finally, there's the rulers who are in the headquarters and that. But you can sort of see the whole idea behind 2.2 behind this. Essentially what you do is that you create the conditions under which your population will work. And if you manage it well, you will make a lot of money. And if you manage it poorly, you are going to find that people are without a job or you are without the resources that you need. And I find this a very exciting idea and a really interesting way to play. So with that in mind, let's talk a little bit about what our goals are going to be for the next bit, and then we can jump into the game. So we haven't encountered any aliens yet. We haven't encountered anybody who we might be able to trade with. We do have a habitable world survey, but right now I'm pretty comfortable with the way that my ships are exploring. Eventually I'm going to need to make a decision in terms of what direction I go for this science ship. This guy here is going to be doing his research for a while, so I don't need to worry so much about that. One thing that helps prevent snaking in this patch is you'll notice there's a cohesion measure here. And this is basically caused by the number of external hyperlanes. I'm actually slightly curious. So if we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. So I thought you just like could count. Oh, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So you just count the individual hyperlanes. And then you have cohesion. It seems like you'd just start with a base and then star bases. We'll move it up, but essentially you need to make sure that you're defending the territory that that you set up. Hey, Dutchy88, how are you doing? All right. So I think again, I'm not really running into any real danger zones as far as, well, actually, I was originally gonna set up a base in Cursa, but I actually think it's better if I go to Hithram because it will give me those minerals as well. But working at the moment, I am glad that you are able to hang out while you're at work. So yeah, what I think we'll do is we'll actually expand out to Hithram first, because in this case I'll be getting the science from here. I might as well get some extra mineral resources. Again, that is how I'm going to build my economic base, and then we can consider doubling back and going to Cursa. All right, let's unpause.
Upscaling complete.
4 more hours. I feel like should I know where you're working, Dutchy? I feel like I've had this conversation recently. I can't remember if it was with you though. Night shift. There was someone who watches who is a security guard at a university. And then there's a couple of IT people who watch and are able to watch at work, but I don't feel like you were either one of them. Oh, you do work in security, but you can't be the one who, yeah.
A system has been surveyed.
There are signs of activity by an ancient precursor civilization on this inhospitable rock. So it's not great that my all my science ships are going to be locked up this way, but knowing that, and knowing that I'm down on some influence for a little bit, I'm going to take the opportunity to build a new defensive. Actually, you know what? I'm going to build 2 because I should have enough alloys. Does IT student count as one of those IT people? You can if you want, Mad King Brutus, but I don't feel like you're I don't feel like you're quite shirking in the same way. Although in fairness, I was not very disciplined in school whenever Twitch was on, so I'm really enjoying it, Dutchy88. I don't really have, and this is the case with everything, like until a final thing is released, you know, and I never really do like reviews of patches anyway. So like I don't want people to like run off and be like, you know, it has the System Chalk seal of approval. You know, he's really put it through its paces and told you what to do. But I don't really read the devlogs that much. I occasionally watch some of the videos if they come across my screen or something like that. And that's not really by choice. That's just happens to be the way. I do very much enjoy playing in my own little bubble because I like figuring this stuff out. But I was really struck by this idea of sort of managing a supply chain, making sure that you sort of have enough of everything to keep the development going, making some interesting choices in terms of what resources you're giving up, and, you know, again, doing the balancing act, like little things like just being able to manage your planets over time. I just found I was making a lot of choices at the start, and I no longer feel like I'm obligated to play at speed 2 at the very beginning. So, you know, all of these things, and I mean, again, you all know the econ background, right? So clearly I'm going to really enjoy this kind of a patch, but I really feel like they made some really smart choices, which make me say it's like, how did I ever play the game any other way? How you doing, Melee Mage? I need to come up with a blender that Rhizome Capital would sell. We had a bunch of percussivants on Cultist Simulator. You'd probably enjoy those. So you have 1K hours installed. I think you have more than that since release, and it needed an overhaul like this. Yeah, I mean, I never got tired of it, but I definitely feel that I wouldn't have guessed that this is the first place that they would have gone, but I'm happy that they did. I mean, it's very clear that there are people who are much smarter than me who are responsible for those decisions. A colossal space battle occurred in high orbit in high orbit of Rukbat first, some 600,000 years ago, with ships from at least 5 different fleets participating. One of the fleets belonged to the Cybrex, although the vast majority of orbital debris seems to have come from other participants.
Situation log revised.
All right, so let's go. Need to come up with some clever ideas about, you know what? It's not the bravest choice that I've made, but I think we're gonna focus on immediate expansion opportunities because I really only have 2 at the moment. All right, so we're still building our starbase. So yeah, basically, more traditions. So new life, pop growth speed, starbase upkeep, administrative cap. I feel like the growth speed is the way to go. I need more fronds to work. I don't really need to clear this stuff out yet. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this into, we're going to buy ourselves a new spaceship. I don't want to get too reckless with my energy credits, but obviously I'm generating a lot, so I want to take the opportunity to buy alloys where I can.
Upscaling complete.
And we'll keep building the mining station. So you can see here, right, it's pretty clear that where people say that minerals are a trap, it's not entirely true. You do need them for sort of these basic resources. Now, in terms of expanding, obviously you have this interesting trade-off in terms of do I expand my borders or do I build up my fleet? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of different decisions that you may need to make in that regard as far as how you use your alloys. But in terms of minerals are no longer like the only resource that you want to get. But you will, if you neglect your minerals, you will find out very quickly why you don't want to do that. And then Mad King Bruto says every update since and including 2.0 have been overhauls of one part of Stellaris or another, and they've all been to the benefit of the game. You're quite pumped for 2.2. Absolutely. I mean, it is worth mentioning. So the way that it sort of seems to be, it's almost kind of like a tick-tock. So you had Stellaris, then Leviathans came out, and Leviathans it was really interesting to see how some people respond like, meh, story pack, not my sort of thing. But it came with a Horizon signal for free, which was great. And a funny story about that, that was the first time Alexis Kennedy, who probably more of you know through the Cultist Simulator streams than Stellaris, got in touch with me. That's indirectly how I discovered Cultist Simulator. So I'd played Sunless Sea before, but I didn't really register that he was working on this new card game. So that was a very fortunate tweet. Yeah, so there was Leviathans, and then there was Utopia, which introduced hive minds, and it really diplomatic sort of societal changes, which were all good. Unlocked the tradition system. And then you have Synthetic Dawn, which is, again, a little bit more of a story pack. It's cool to play machine empires and things like that, but it's maybe not necessarily ground-breaking. And then, of course, you have Apocalypse, and then there's Distant Stars, which, again, I thought was quite a good DLC pack. Okay, so it's probably not bad to do these disclosures. all of these products I have been given press keys for by Paradox. So keep that in mind. I don't think I am so cheap that I can be bought with a video game code, but I'm obviously going to have a very enthusiastic view of Paradox as well. So, buyer beware. I might just be some shill, and I'm actually, I've got hundreds of hours in this game, not as 1,000 like Dutchy88, but, hundreds of hours in this game because they gave me a code, right? It's probably worth saying that, though. But again, Distant Stars, I remember seeing in the forums a lot of people who were like, not worth it, just story content. But, yeah, I don't know. The thing for me is that I've never been big about, it's fun to play the ships and, blobbing out and fighting and stuff like that. But I've always enjoyed creating different species and having different things to do and discover. So, I really like story packs. But obviously we're on the, I don't know if this is the tick or the talk, but, basically we've turned over and we get another big patch. So presumably we're due for a story pack after that. So after analyzing the debris left behind from the ancient battle fought above Rukbat 1, we have learned that 4 alien empires contemporary with the Cybrex pooled their forces together in a desperate attempt to halt the advancing fleets of the machine consciousness. Judging by the small amounts of Cybrex debris that was produced by the battle, they were not successful. So we've gained a Cybrex artifact and 136 engineering. You would have the same thing? Sorry, Dutchy. I think I might. The delay might be enough that I lost what you were responding to. My apologies, because I know I was just saying it at the moment too. And just bear with me a quick second here. I want to do a quick refresh. We had this really nice boost of followers, and then for whatever reason, we gave some of that back. So. Our sensors indicate odd irregularities in Rukbat's energy emission patterns. So we'll research that. Again, the idea here is that I don't mind spending the time on these expansions because it just gives this construction ship some time to expand out to interesting places. Oh yeah, being hyped and playing for hundreds of hours when you get it for free. Yeah. Sorry. It's a funny thing. It is an urge that I have to resist. So obviously reflexively, I should just accept every key that I'm offered because at least the culture seems to be that this is what streamers do. I don't like doing that. I sort of feel that if I accept a key, I am implicitly committing to streaming it and streaming it more than once. There are definitely games that I wish I could do more of. And then, inevitably there's another Stellaris or Crusader Kings, patch. So for instance, I am going to be going back to Holy Fury. And, all right, so I can choose a 2 and some decent trade or a 2 and some engineering. I feel like the engineering's the higher priority, so. But we are going to be waiting a while for so we've got about 5 months. Anyway, but yeah, so I try to be pretty careful in terms of what I accept as far as keys. I want it to be. There's one game that I've gotten a key for and ultimately did not cover, and it was just because I did not enjoy it at all, and I thought it would be better for me if I could give them the key back. I would, but it's that's not quite how that works. But so far, it's been a pretty good track record. But the one drawback of it is of course, because you haven't paid for it. And I mean, this is just the thing about video games in general. They're relatively inexpensive now. Curiously, there was a blog post about that somewhere. Really smart guy. But yeah, I mean, there's so many games and there's so many unplayed games, and they're relatively cheap. So it becomes difficult to properly value these things now, and as a result, I know there is a tendency for streamers to sort of get this feeling that they're always going to be there, and so if anything, there's too little time that is put into otherwise perfectly good titles, and it's hard, because the flip side for me is that I know I would not be able to do the type of stream that I have now if it weren't for press keys. I'm very grateful for them because I would still have a stream, but I wouldn't necessarily have... I wouldn't have the stream that you guys are here watching right now. It would be a different sort of thing. And so in one sense, I'm happy that that's the status quo because
Upscaling
they...
complete.
Sorry, I just knocked a coffee lid off. You know, in one sense, it does enable me to do this. And it enables me to do it in a way that doesn't necessarily involve you guys subsidizing my playing. You know, you can go and buy a copy of Megacorp, and I hope you do. Instead of, you know, somebody just giving up money and buying me a copy of a game or a DLC or something like that. So in that sense, I think it's a good system. But in another one, I sometimes feel that streamers can sometimes run this risk of sort of feeling like they're owed a key.
Good business is where you find it.
Oh, all right. We need to do a special tweet. Hey, J Hair, how you doing? And Kintara, how are you doing as well? All right. It's a special moment, so let me see if we can... what was it? Sorry, I'm trying to come up with appropriate puns. I'm not going to do the hello joke again, so... All right, see you in a bit, Dutchy. I know this is a bit of a slow pace, but I still kind of want to go through what I'm specifically trying to accomplish here. So again, influence is sort of my constraint, but that's always going to be true, and there's nothing I can really do about it right now. So I've set myself up in such a way that I'm going to have enough alloys to expand when I need, and that my expansion is sort of limited by my influence gain, which will hopefully boost in a little bit. But we can, knowing that I have this constraint right now, I'm taking the opportunity to sort of build up my navy. So the latest sensory readings from Rookbat showed the star pulsating regularly, but when the crew of the RCA Merotepanus arrived on site, there was no evidence to support this data. While most of the crew are in agreement that the anomaly was caused by a sensory malfunction, Science Officer Heath Maple discards this theory. Heath Maple claims to have discovered similar pulsating energy emission patterns elsewhere and now fears that something strange is happening in the galaxy's stars. They have charted the course from the nearest affected star. To the nearest affected stars. We must get to the bottom of this.
Situation log revised.
So we'll track that. Oh, that was quick. I was debating on making some coffee, but I don't think that was not a good idea. I've got an early day tomorrow, so we need to wait a little while for the Corvette. But again, we're going to be, I think it's something like 60 to build a new starbase. Yeah, it's about 60. So essentially I need to wait 20, well, not exactly 20 now, but I need to wait about a year before I'm going to be able to build another starbase. And that'll either be, well, okay, so now Rookbat is my clear option in terms of expansion because alloys, I didn't know that you could get them in space. That's good information. But clearly alloys are really precious to me right now.
Upscaling complete.
So I'm going to take the opportunity to build these research stations. Again, we're swimming in minerals. We'll be in good shape there. What I'm basically going to be doing here is taking, in the meantime, knowing that I'm going to be waiting for this influence, I'm just going to dedicate as many alloys as I can to constructing my fleet. Jay Hare says, okay, so your audio drivers are acting up. Some programs and apps are crackling and distorting with the audio now. It just started today. It's really bothering you. You don't really want to uninstall and reinstall your audio drivers for your Realtek audio. Your headphones don't crackle, just your surround sound, and it's doing it really bad on Darksiders 3, but that's also because the game needs major updating from a lot of noticeable bugs since the release last week. Also, the patch is in public beta. You're not sure if I'm assuming there's going to be another part for that, Jay Hare. I'm also not very good on drivers, but if anybody in chat happens to know or has suffered a similar fate to our dear friend, do feel free to. I'm sure all of you IT experts in the channel love to work for free, right? No, I'm sorry to hear about it, Jer. Hopefully Twitch is coming through properly. That's all that matters, right? The material composition of this asteroid differs significantly from its neighbors. It likely has a different origin than the other bodies of this asteroid belt and should be investigated more closely. We'll research it. Did you try turning it off and turning it on again? Is the computer on? Did you wiggle the cable? Actually, that one, the wiggling the cable one, I suppose depending on the setup, can actually cause some distortion, but I have a feeling if it's app specific, that is not the cause of the trouble. So 8 more ships. The upgrades still work sort of the same way that they used to, although obviously with the trade route system, they are they're not quite locked in. So we've got our shipyard, obviously. The trade hub now basically collects from trade. It collects trade value. So collection range +1, civilian docking area where merchants and traders can conduct business. Crew quarters does the same thing in terms of docked ship upkeep. And maybe it's better if I go to the star, or actually here's what I can do. So anchorage still gives you +4 to naval capacity. Gun batteries, missile batteries make you a little bit more shooty. Resource silos still give you what they used to, although of course it's a little harder to justify them because you have so much space right now. Junk ball, the RCA, I'm not even going to try. Could report that what first appeared to our scanners as an asteroid is in fact a gigantic floating ball of junk. Comprised of the broken remains of various vehicles, rockets, and hazardous materials, many of them radioactive, the junk ball seems to be the detritus of an unknown alien nation in the early space age. It would appear that this nation was an interstellar litterer, ejecting dangerous industrial waste into orbit rather than disposing of it planetside. Radiometric dating suggests that these remains are millions of years old, and they have been floating through space from an unknown point of origin for most of that time. Science officer Heath Maple notes that some of the materials found in this floating junk heap are quite rare, and they could be refined into useful resources. Waste not, want not. So that's great news, because we already knew that hang on. So I guess it already told us that we got that. Oh no, there's 2 now. Cool. So resource silos, at the moment, I don't quite see as much of a point for them. Mind you, my economy really hasn't gotten off the ground yet, so there may be later justifications. It might be that 10,000 is actually quite small in a little while. I don't have any of the other interesting upgrades, so the rest of them are pretty much the way that they are. So the only change right now is trade. But I don't know if this is a Megacorp thing or just a regular thing, but at least my capital has started off with it. Stupid question, but is my mobile phone next to... No, that's not a stupid... like, that really... Like, those ones, I personally like it when people ask those questions. Obviously, you're talking with JR, but... I like it when people ask me those kinds of questions because they eliminate the obvious. Captain Shield 616, thank you very much for that your tireless hosting efforts. How are you doing this evening? I hope you're ready for some Stellaris because I am having a great time with this patch. JR just restarted your PC, just tried that, and you were hoping that turning your speakers on and off and checking the cables would help. Still nothing. Your phone is next to you on your bed. Your audio set is about 10 feet away. You tried the troubleshooter for the device manager, and it's telling you to try turning off your audio enhancements. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm actually just thinking, I know sometimes for Ubisoft games, I get a bunch of, now this is video, but I get a bunch of like flickering awfulness as a direct result of like basically drivers fighting against each other. But doing all right, a bit tired. How am I? Well, I was at work 2 hours after I was supposed to finish, and I need to talk to them about that because that is definitely not acceptable. I should be building things. But things could be worse. I did get a little bit of bad. Actually, I might as well say it right now. So my GOG link, which is still currently working, will be going away. And this is not a choice on my part. They basically said that they're going in a more commercial direction, which I sort of take as being a diplomatic way of saying that I wasn't bringing enough revenue in for them, which is fine. That's their choice. It does come after a period where I have had a lot of difficulty getting replies from people from the GOG team. So they did say it's like, if you want, you can become part of our partner program, and, we'll send you preview keys and that. And I sort of said to them, it's like, well, I'm interested, kind of let me know. We'll see where it goes. But I did mention it's like, I am going to need a little bit better communication if I'm going to consider that. And that, me saying that may be sufficient to be ignored. I'm just going to read this out. The banner of our great empire will one day be as common as hydrogen throughout the galaxy. So the link is still up. I think the link will still work till January, but that was a bit of unfortunate news today. But, I'm not owed the partnership. It was really an opportunity for me to try and do something that would allow people who are already making a purchase to put some of that towards the stream. And that option won't be there. But I also know a few people were talking about some of the, the Twitter behavior of GOG and other CD Projekt Red companies. And I sort of, I didn't necessarily go to bat for them because I think, in my view, people should be buying from the places that they feel that they are comfortable with. But I definitely took some time sort of justifying why I had that link and why I thought it was okay. And, obviously I did things like the Alexis and Lottie interview on their channel and that. So I will also admit, I'm not indifferent to what happened. I do sort of feel that was a bit of a crummy thing that happened. And I'm not overwhelmingly happy over it. But I mean, there's no point in sulking about it either. So I will figure something else out. I might even just say no affiliate programs and maybe I'll do like a Patreon or something like that instead. But I think it was that and the 2 hours that really just kind of, I don't know, felt like a bit of a kick in the nuts today. But Stellaris will turn things back to a good state. Yeah, it is what it is, Captain Shield. I have a feeling that probably if it had come at a different time, it would have been less of a problem. But I definitely sort of, I can remember specifically thinking it's like, man, I just spent a whole bunch of time explaining, why I think it's still okay to buy like from GOG after their repeated Twitter pratfalls, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you're not selling enough, so you're out of the club. And I'm like, oh, thanks guys. So Lorem Ipsum, hey, how are you doing? Stellaris' love, Stellaris' life. It really is, and the music makes me feel very happy too. So that and Surviving Mars will make me happy no matter what. The hostile and unforgiving world of Camthrin 5A was home to what once appears to have been a large Cyberx base. Nothing remains of it now aside from the scattered debris and a large crater. We will have to investigate the site of the base more closely if we are to learn more.
Situation log revised.
So we'll look at that. We'll still oh right, there is a way to put things at the front of the queue. I keep forgetting. So what happened to their Twitter account? Aurelian, it's a tough one. But basically, they were doing some things like... So I do not think that this is very malicious, and I don't really want to spend a lot of time discussing it. But essentially, there was these cases of sort of like retweeting some like Gamergate memes and basically other ones that were sort of perceived as being, so if I say offensive to certain groups, then that's also going to come off as it like, oh, well, it's just a big tempest in a teapot. Like basically, I think what has happened is that they were tweeting things that they associated with sort of gamer culture. And unfortunately, there were some very sympathetic ways of looking at those tweets as sort of endorsing a very negative aspect of gaming. And the fact that they sort of did so several times in a row, and it was always, you know, oh, sorry, our mistake, and then it just sort of happens again. It's like, we're not going to do anything to the social media team, it was honest mistake. And the fact that so many of these mistakes sort of happened one after the other, I know a few people who basically said, it's like, I'm not buying from GOG anymore. Like, that's just it. It's like, I know you're an affiliate, you know, are you going to be closing down your account? I'm like, no. It's like, you know, the point of this was, you know, you make your choice, you know, you can donate. I always figure if you want to support a streamer, you sub to them or you donate directly to them. Obviously, if you directly donate, that's going to maximize the return to someone, and that's always been true. But, you know, one way that you can sort of put a little bit of money in their pocket for something you're doing otherwise is to use an affiliate link or something like that. But it's never been, you know, you should use that GOG link, you should buy something you wouldn't have otherwise because it supports me. And so I said, because it's in that form, you know, somebody's already made their decision as to whether or not they want, you know, they want to buy from there. And, you know, my friends were quite reasonable about it, saying, you know, they felt uncomfortable supporting GOG, which I thought was fair enough. You know, it's not really my place to sell them on the service. If they don't feel comfortable buying, they shouldn't. You know, the same way that if you know, there's a gaming store, they've never personally said something bad to me, and I don't think they're like a racist or something like that, but I do not really feel comfortable going in there. I just feel it's hard to articulate, but like, just, it is not a place that I find very enjoyable to go into. And so I just buy online a lot more often now. And I figure it's the same thing for a digital storefront as well. So for instance, if you don't like the way that Steam does things, you know, you have Humble, you have GOG, you have Itch, you have, you know, lots of other alternatives available to you. And so in the end, it's because I sort of felt it was about enabling choice for individuals. It wasn't really my place to sort of turn around and say, well, you know, because I'm bothered by what GOG is doing, you know, you can't buy from my affiliate link anymore. I thought that would be the wrong way of doing it. So we've got the lovely Johnny Big Time here. Thank you very much for stopping by. And we've got Mad King Brutus, who said, if you ever want to play with mod system, there is a Mass Effect music overhaul mod that you're really enjoying right now. For Stellaris, you mean? That would be fantastic. We found debris on Camthrin 5A from a large ship that does not appear to have been of Cyberx origin. From a large ship that does not appear to have been of Cyberx origin in the crater that was once the site of their base. Our archaeologists speculate that the ship belonged to one of the organic civilizations under Cyberx attack. If so, it may have been sent to collide with the base on some kind of suicide run. No further explanation for the destruction of the base has been found. But now they can go fuck themselves. I mean, I am trying to be level-headed about it, but I'm obviously not happy that they made that choice. So I'd put it to you this way, like, if I was invited to appear on the channel again, I would almost certainly do so. I want to redo that plot. You know, I'd almost certainly say yes. But I think the fact that I just have not heard, and I've reached out to members of the GOG team and have not heard back from them. You know, to have that happen and then sort of been told the affiliate link is done, I think is probably the bigger deal. Anyways, I didn't want to belabor the point. I just thought I wasn't sure the best time to bring it up, but seeing as I was talking about my day.
Upscaling complete.
Let's think about what I gotta build this right away. Let's put up a housing district. By the way, guys, I don't think I got a proper shout out to the one, the only Johnny Big Time, but he is a hell of a guy. He started off playing Call of Duty yesterday, and I was like, I like watching Johnny. I'll watch him play anything, but you know, it's Call of Duty. It's Thank you very much for the 4 bits, Captain Shield. It's not much, but have some bits. I never. It's not a contest. Well, it kind of is because there's that banner at the top, but I appreciate the thought is what matters. It's also important to remember it's Christmas, so I know a lot of people can and should be spending that money on, their family and friends. So I figure anything is worth it. But anyway, so Johnny was doing Call of Duty yesterday, and he's one of the few people I'll be able to watch play Black Ops 4. But something happened to him, and he switched into Battlefield 5, and he reminded me of how little Battlefield 5 I'm playing compared to how much Battlefield 5 I want to be playing. He is a really entertaining broadcaster. I kind of want to show you some of the clips, but it is a Stellaris sort of preview, so I want to make sure that as much of the time is spent in the game as I can. But Johnny has got a tremendous camera presence. He's got this really great charisma, remarkably friendly guy, very quick-witted, great taste in games too. We've co-opted a few things. I had this sort of abortive attempt to play Divinity Original Sin, and I think I'm the one who screwed that up. I think I let the fact that we were recording things make me feel some pressure to make stuff happen, and I probably made it a lot less fun to play with than Johnny wanted to, but he was an absolute trooper for a few rounds. I still kind of want to do Divinity Original Sin. I just don't know if we'll do it as a co-op thing or not. But he, in addition to being like good at shooters and stuff like that, he's incredibly open-minded in terms of games. So he's done everything from like Divinity to Chaos Reborn. I think we were going to try Twilight Struggle at some point. But anyways, he will play just about anything, and he is very versatile. Like, he gives me, even if it's a game he's never touched before, within a couple of rounds, he's always giving me a run for his money. So he's one of these people that I can recommend both as someone who is, you don't know how much is $10 Australian for you, but go grab a coffee. You deserve it after the day that you've had. Mad King Brutos, especially after 6 months of subbing, thank you very much for that. That's really appreciated. I am fine. Like, I tend to belabor points, so I don't want to do, I didn't want to do as much on the GOG thing as I did. Like, it's just it's the combination of the two things more than anything that even made it worth commenting on. But if I can if I can portray myself as this poor, hard done by individual, and you guys will give me money, I'm okay with that too. So thank you very much for that, Mad King Brutos. But yeah, I do strongly recommend Johnny Big Time, and again, he's somebody who I can recommend both as a personality to watch at a broadcast, but I can also recommend him as somebody, he's one of the few people I recommend on a skill basis as well. So, and we've got our research speed, plus 5%, organizational circuitry, rerouting, academic fervor. So we can get research complexes to turn consumer goods into research points. It's very unlikely that I'm going to wind up building one of these things right away, and it's costly. Colony development speed, I don't really have any other planets, so let's do quantum theory so we can get a boost to our physics research. And we will build as many mining stations as we can. I'll save the coffee for tomorrow, Mad King Brutus, but I will get myself like something. Actually, to be completely honest, it'll probably just be dark coffee, but I will savor it. I will take a photo of it and I'll put it on Twitter or something. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this before, but colony ships have been reworked, so you just need food, consumer goods, and alloys. They're a little bit less expensive, so I have noticed that I do tend to build them a little bit quicker. But in this case here, I'm really just looking for a new Corvette because I've got a surplus of alloys. And of course, we can consider, well, what's going to be happening here? I'm going to be building a bunch of mining stations. So let's say I wanted to expand out to this area because it's my best option. I'm lacking 37. How long is it going to take me to get 37? Well, I mean, a year and a bit. So am I going to have enough alloys to be able to do that expansion once I get enough influence? Yeah, I could start at 0 and I would have enough. So in this case, I'm going to take the opportunity to do another Corvette. So as you can see here, like I've been able to balance things out enough that I don't think this is going to be done in time. I'm going to have an unemployment in this case, unfortunately. Maybe not, but it's 2 a month. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to have unemployment for a couple of months. And I actually think I'm probably going to be short on consumer goods. That is true, although I don't know if there's as much value in like remembering to go look at a tweet.
Upscaling complete.
But yeah, so I messed up a little. I was talking a bit too much. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to spawn a new shareholder. It's still going to take about 3 months for the city district to be built. Once I do build the city district, they're going to be producing trade value and amenities. Population growth speed plus 10%. Mapping the genome of an individual through the sequencing of their DNA opens up for tailored medical treatments and therapies. Richardson Productions, hosted by Alex. Thank you very much, Alex. And thank you very much for the one bit. Funny story, I met Alex the Rambler in a bar in Vancouver. It was a gamer bar, and he was not a big Paradox player at the time. And he has since become sort of Mr. Hearts of Iron and gets invited to do the Stellaris streamer sort of clash, and is just generally somebody who's a ton of fun to watch these Paradox games. And I'm actually finally starting to make sense of Total War Rome 2, so we seem to have switched spaces, but I did not know that he was hosting me, so thank you very much, Alex. That was very generous of you. For those of you who don't know him, actually, I'm going to take a quick second here. Alex the Rambler, where the devil is he? Just reset your bitrate and HZ quality back to default. Now the crackling has stopped, which is weird. Never done that before. Hey, as long as it works, right? Where'd Rambler go? There we are. Actually, I guess I can properly do the shout out. Anyways, he is a very nice British gentleman. He's actually doing a move. He had a bit of a rough patch recently. If you guys like Hearts of Iron 4, because I don't stream that very much, he is definitely somebody you want to check out, especially because he does a lot of multiplayer. Really friendly guy. Definitely, he also does this professionally, so much larger stream, very active chat. And again, just you can check out his YouTube channel, you can check out his Twitch channel. He's kind of one of these people I could stand to learn a lot from in terms of just generally being a little bit more professional at this sort of thing. So definitely a really nice guy and a lot of fun to hang out with. So yeah, thank you, Richardson Productions. I was originally trying to do the shoutout command, and I kept hitting tab, completely forgetting the fact that he's not actually in the channel. So once my brain started working again, all was well. So optical sensors isolate a cluster of shapes on the barren surface of Hanum Ter 4A that could be buildings. So as you can see here, now I've got my, oops, I forgot to, let's go for society research. So obviously I messed up here. We've got the new population. I should get a small increase in crime as a result of this. But it looks like there's enough skilled populations to be charitable enough to keep them from getting too angry. If I go under workers, we can see the unemployed here, but eventually they will be employed by the city district in about 2 months. I should probably unpause the game while I do that. But yeah, that was my screw up because I wasn't paying enough attention. Of course, here I've got 33 out of 34. We just grew the pop. But you'll notice my consumer goods are starting to fall. And unfortunately, I don't have a very easy solution for that, because what's going to happen, this guy's going to start working sorry, wrong spot. He's going to start working the city district, and I believe clerks consume consumer goods. Yeah, they take 0.2 consumer goods and 1 food. Hey, thank you very much for that other bit. So the challenge that I'm going to run into here is managing my economy until I can start producing consumer goods again. This shouldn't be too difficult. 2 more pops and I'll be able to get this new building slot. Alternatively, on our new colony, 2 more pops and I'll be able to build one of those factories as well. But I do want to make sure that I do basically want to make sure that I have a plan for where my consumer goods are going to be coming from for the next little while. All right, Gaul has been explored. Oh, by the way, you may not have noticed it, but I think if I do Alt, yeah, there we go. So notice that trade value, that didn't come from mining. That was by virtue of the fact that I've got this starbase. So because it's got the trade hub, collection range +1, so 0 + 1, as I'm sure some of you lowly peasants who do not have a master's in economics may not be aware of, is 1. No. Yeah, so basically because I collect things from trade routes, I didn't get to decide where my capital was, but as it happens, there was a nice healthy little 4 trade value. I don't actually have a trade route set up, but it is currently being collected. There's also 3 in this system, which is not being collected by the starbase here. It's being collected by the starbase in equity. But what this all translates to is a total of 62 trade value realized. Where is it? Where's the planet? Wrong one. The rhizome capital. There you go. And, 6.55 from pops. The jobs that they're working, 37.5. There's a 10% bonus because we're xenophiles. And then there's the leader bonuses that are associated with that and high stability. So, all right, Abandoned Gateway. An ancient space station of some kind has been located at the edge of the Urium system. The strong residual subspace signature that surrounds the station indicates that it may be a gateway of some sort, part of a theoretical network of similar stations that at some point would have allowed for near instantaneous travel between different parts of the galaxy. Assuming this is a gateway, its current state of disrepair has rendered it unusable. It would, if it could be restored to working order, its owner would potentially be able to access any other functional gateways in the galaxy, enabling travel across huge distances in a matter of days. So these things are particularly helpful, especially after the changes brought about in Apocalypse. So Gaul is sort of helpful because it will have minerals. Those are going to be an input for producing consumer goods. Actually, let me just take a look again. So, I may not quite have enough population to be able to sustain.
Outlier identified.
I'll think about this a bit. Atmospheric readings from Urim 10 do not match simulated projections. Still rebelling for Planet Missed Opportunity. Oh, I could have put that in the tweet now that I think of it. Captain Shield. That's a good point. I will make sure to work that into a tweet at some point. All right, we're almost done building our mining stations. So So yeah, gall is not the most attractive choice, save for the minerals, because minerals will be an input to consumer goods production, which is going to be the next thing that I'm focusing on. But obviously, the strategic benefit of capturing a gateway is potentially more. It's very hard for me to argue for taking this territory at the moment, though. So, unusual tectonics. What the RCA Boromveus found on Honum Ter 4A were not buildings, but surprisingly regular mineral outcroppings. Where are we? Science Officer Viola Light asserts that these angular blocks of rock are the product of interactions between tectonic plates. Their shapes are the result of the unusual tectonophysics inherent in the planet's crust. The perfect angularity of these thrust faults imply the possibility of aliens tampering with the planet's crust at some point in the past. All right, Chalk, you're following me on Twitter now. I want to see this coffee tomorrow. Sure thing, Mad King Brutos. It's actually kind of funny, too. The article that I put out... sorry, just one second. The article on... Actually, you know what? I can post the blog. So this is not the best one that I've written, but this was the lower game prices article. It's a fairly long one. But one digression I had on it was this idea of my coffee consumption. Because one thing that's sort of funny about it is, like, I do enjoy sort of a snobbish, good, high-quality coffee, but I don't go out of my way to get it. Like, I will happily take a gas station coffee as well. And so I sort of said, I was like, you know, if I am indifferent in taste to whatever I get from like a gas station or a you know, I think I'll just slap out another Corvette. You know, or a cafe, then why am I voluntarily paying more for this thing that I'm consuming while I'm writing the article? And I said, well, embedded in the, you know, in the coffee that I'm buying here is, you know, the rent on the table that I'm writing this thing at, and the music that I'm listening to, and the fact that I am looking out at the nice snowy weather rather than being outside and experiencing the temperatures associated with the snowy weather. And, you know, once I factor all of those in, it's actually more expensive, you know, to get the coffee at the gas station, where it's, you know, if I try to sit around and like type on my laptop inside there, they're going to tell me to F off. But the thing was too long anyway, so I didn't want to go down that digression in terms of quality adjustment when the point could be made in games elsewhere. But as it happens, Mad King Brutos, you may actually get to see the very direct play of like where I am in the city against how much I really want a coffee. But I commit to you, there will be a coffee on Twitter before the end of the day. Immense ragged plains of shadow drift across Urim Ten's face. They are cast not by clouds, but by sheets of organic material drifting through the upper layers of the atmosphere, hinged, or rather jointed, to allow for a small degree of articulation. Science Officer Heath Maple is yet unwilling to say whether these things are flora or fauna, or what possible purpose, if any, their elaborate shadow casting might serve. So, bonus to social research, which is my lowest. All right, Corvette speed bonus and lower build cost. Probably should have kept that in mind before I started building these guys, but there you have it. Establishing new standards for the modeling and construction of Corvettes greatly improves the efficiency of the production pipeline.
Upscaling complete.
And I will go for the Ceramo Metal, or hang on, Alloy Megaforges turns... I think we're going to go for the Megaforge, even though it's more expensive. All right. And what am I looking at here in terms of costs? So let's say it's 30. I'll say 38 for safety. I did not realize that that was just going to do one clerk job. Okay, so we're going to make you a farmer. And that's going to make me feel okay to do
Upscaling complete.
nutritional plentitude. So, do you wish to change food policy to nutritional plentitude within our empire? We will not be able to change our stance on this for 10 years. The policy will have these effects. It is the fundamental right of each citizen to enter hibernation with a full digestive organ. Easy access to plentiful nutritional fare will be the fuel that spurs our growth among the stars. So this should put me into a negative as far as my food stocks go, but there are signs of an activity by an ancient precursor civilization in the vicinity of this gas giant. Research it, and we will get the final level of expansion for the courier network. A network of small courier vessels is a reliable alternative for transporting VIPs or delivering messages that can't be trusted to FTL communications. This will tie our far-flung colonies more closely together. Not that we have many, so... Yeah, well, I'm committed to him now, Lorem Ipsum. Alright, I do tend to go for Interstellar Dominion as a default. It does decrease the influence costs, which are... that is a bottleneck to my expansion right now. I'm feeling okay for my technology. I do also like my Unity, and we seem to have been getting that relatively quickly, but... Mastery of Nature, incidentally, I kind of feel like it becomes a lot more powerful now, seeing as you're faced with a lot of constraints in terms of what you can build on your planet. I haven't really been taking advantage of Edict, so I figure executive vigor isn't all that important for me. Transcendent learning... I don't really have a good argument for it right now, and I would normally consider universal transactions, because one of the things I really want to try and do in Megacorp is do a lot of commercial pacts, but we haven't encountered anyone yet. So I think I'm going to be boring and go for Interstellar Dominion again, and that's a pretty... There's not a lot of sophistication behind that choice. That's just, I'm running into problems with my influence, so I am solving my influence problems in a very direct way. So this is obviously kind of attractive. There we go. I was wondering when that was going to happen. So I'm not too worried about this because we'll obviously get our, our next plant a little bit faster. I'm actually more worried about consumer goods. That will be solved when I get my 35th pop. Incidentally, I do need to figure out what I want to do with one of my pops here. One thing for me, I don't know if this is all that good of a choice, but I feel like I tend to build a lot of city districts. And one of the reasons for that is I tend to have a lot of minerals. Or usually I do. I got to wait for the month to turn over.
A system has been surveyed.
But I do sort of just like the idea of the sort of the bonuses to amenities. The reasoning here essentially is, where is it? So there's like the housing needs. Oh. Yeah, so it looks like this is fairly undesirable. Something about the... Oh, it's the stability. So resources from job, trade value, immigration, pull.
Evading competitive fleet.
Oop, let's find out where that is. We have encountered some form of alien vessels in the Halvam system. These strange objects have been flagged as the Alpha aliens until we can learn more about them. We should proceed with cautions. News of alien ships humming through the ether have reached Rhizome Capital, in many ways ending the first chapter in the book of the Rhizome Capital's bid for stellar empire. Anyway, so the idea here is higher stability should translate into higher productivity. And I can't remember exactly the mechanism. I'm sure I'll see it here. Yeah, here we go. So high stability, I get an additional 6% to my consumer goods production. And so when I have nothing better to do, I build city districts in order to make sure that there are amenities and housing and whatnot. All right, so these are nasty little things, but I don't need to worry about racing to... I don't need to worry about racing to get the yeah, I'll get the plus 20% to research, and that'll just help me research these guys faster. I won't get the benefit from the crystalline entities. They are guarding a Gaia world, which is very sad. So what am I looking at? Ponce, how the devil are you, my friend? Ponce is another wonderful streamer. Another person actually I know from Vancouver. So let me just take a quick second here. I'm not allowed to talk about his history as a League of Legends streamer, so suffice to say that I know a well-spoken and very calm gentleman who was known for playing the League of LoL at some point in their life, and since regrets the decision and so forbids others of speaking of it. And we may, you know, he and I may both know that individual. But he is a heck of a guy. He is a lot of fun to, again, much like most of the people who I run into. I have no idea how they are actually going to achieve that move, but I'm really excited to see how they do it. Ponce really is a gentleman, and I feel like I do not give him even remotely enough attention to sort of justify the attention that he gives me on Twitch, but he does, and I am grateful for it. But he's been doing a lot of fighting games recently. I feel like Soul Calibur has sort of been the main thing on his channel, but I'm sure he can tell. I'm sure he can tell you specifically what he's doing. One thing that I particularly enjoyed before Twitch decided to be a bit of a jerk and ban me for a day for reading history to you.
Complete.
Ponce decided to sort of leverage some of his own academic background, and he gave some fun facts about things like where barbecue came from and whatnot. And I don't know, I personally enjoyed that a lot.
Complete.
He gave a great little a great little history of the concept, and I don't know, he's a really knowledgeable guy. Again, somebody makes a living doing this, so he's certainly much better at the whole Twitch thing than I am, but he's definitely a really relaxed streamer, and the reason why I kind of like referring to the forbidden background is that is not a trait you normally associate with people who play League of Legends, but he does such a great job of it. And I'm definitely very happy that he plays that game well, so that I don't have to. You've been reading weird books as well. Nobody's banned you yet, so you did steal that. Well, I mean, now it's not even IRL anymore. I feel like there's just so many, or no, I guess there's IRL, but there isn't like the creative section anymore. But yeah, like the time has sort of passed. Like, you know, there's pretty much anything goes on Twitch now, it sort of feels like. And I don't even necessarily think that's a bad thing. I always thought that those were fairly dumb and arbitrary rules that were largely enforced against against non-partners usually. I really don't think partners would be facing that much reprisal. In fact, I know for a fact that they weren't, because there was somebody who more overtly ripped off the idea. But yeah, I mean, I'm apparently just, showing why I'm so good to partner with. first GOG, now Twitch.
Upscaling complete.
But the biggest thing is that Ponce has got,
Upscaling complete.
Ponce has really got some knowledge behind him, and he is somebody who is worth listening to, whether he's talking about gaming or whether he is talking about some interesting trivia or just general history that he knows. And I'm looking forward to seeing the next thing that he's got. Still keen for System Chalk reading you to sleep. So Captain Shield, way back when, Oh yes, Ponce is a better way of saying he was doing something that might be informative to the audience, and Twitch would not stand for that. Yeah. So once upon a time, I would do a there's a very good children's history book by a man named Ernst Gombrich, who's probably better known for his art history book. But it's called A Little History of the World, and it really is a wonderful, it is really a wonderful little history of the world. Like, it is exactly like it says on the tin. And I thought it would be fun, especially in light of... So the original motivation behind it was I was playing lots of Crusader Kings, and I was playing a run as Charlemagne. And it occurred to me that the majority of people who were watching that broadcast would not know who Charlemagne was.
Upscaling.
And so I thought, well, why not do, a broadcast where I read a little history of the world and we can all learn who Charlemagne was and why he may be an important figure. And as it happens, A Little History of the World is a really good book in other regards. So, there's other reasons to enjoy it as well. But I think the specifics of what happened, basically, I think there was some troll who came in while I was playing. It was L.A. Noire. And because he got told off, I think what he did was he went through the VODs and did like a report. I think he reported one of the VODs for some reason or another. And the next thing I knew, basically I couldn't log into Twitch, and I got an email from them. They're like, "You did this terrible thing. How dare you read to people?" So, an abandoned ship has been left to drift aimlessly above this planet. The massive sails protruding from its hull suggest that it relied on solar power to function. The real objection that I had to it was the fact that this part they cited was for music streams. And my case would have been that I am not a music streamer. I've never streamed music, nor do I have any intention of streaming music. But here's something you may not know about the way that Twitch does their, you know what? I just messed this up.
Upscaling complete.
It's still... this is a tough call. I think I'm going to have to come back to this one. I don't think I can afford the time. But yeah, I don't know if you guys know about this for Twitch support, but if you dispute a ban and it doesn't come back in your favor, I believe they extend the ban. At least that was the policy at the time. So they basically give you an incentive. If you want to screw with someone on Twitch, they actually give you an incentive to give false reports, because the onus is on them to demonstrate how the reading of the rule is consistent. So anyway, I don't believe that's a policy now anyway. I believe I could read the book to you. It's just, that kind of killed the mood. If I do it, I'll probably do it on Mixer or something like that. We discovered an abandoned solar sail ship in orbit around Joanna 3. The sublight vessel was built by an unknown culture and appears to have been several thousand years old. One of the massive sails has a large tear where some kind of object passed through, most likely a meteoroid, which appears to have disabled the vessel. Although the technology of the ship is severely outdated, it does possess some interesting engineering design choices. So this is Canada's UI with which you keep the economy afloat. Yeah, no problem, Mad King Brutus. We should still be around, so...
Evading competitive fleet.
We are... Oh yeah, so actually, Ponce, I don't think you've seen that. Okay, nobody tell him. There's a big punchline for this. So we've got beta aliens. Let's figure those out first. All right, well... Hello, gentlemen. turns out I am next to barbarians. Why do I always spawn next to these jokers? All right. I did say I was going to get the 20%. Well, see, that's the problem. They might contact me first, so
competitive fleet.
Hopefully I don't get clobbered. Okay, so here is specifically who I'm playing. But I don't know how much Stellaris you know about Stellaris. This is a wonderful game, though. So we are playing an organization known to... Ooh, that's a good one, Captain Shield. I am going to steal that. But yeah, so this is Ebenezer Hawthorne. He is the CEO of Megacorp, known as Rhizome Capital. Who is Rhizome Capital, I hear you ask? Well, Megacorps are added in the new DLC for Stellaris. This will be coming out on December the 6th, and obviously the good people at Paradox were very nice and gave me an early copy. And so the shareholders of Rhizome Capital is pleased to announce that it has successfully completed its first round of seed capital. Our plants are already running at full capacity, getting ready to offer you the finest goods and services the galaxy has to offer. Tax season got you down? Our bean counters at Deloitte are licensed in all jurisdictions and legal systems. Need help with housework? Rhizome Robotics solar-powered photosynthetic assistants are ready to attend to your every need. Under the sage guidance of Ebenezer Hawthorne, we'll make you green. Rhizome Capital, leaf growth to the experts. One of the mechanics that exists in Stellaris Megacorps is the ability to open branches on other planets as a Megacorp. So because I have the plantoid species pack, and because obviously opening a new branch is a wonderful opportunity to make everybody groan and chat, as soon as I knew that that mechanic existed, I knew exactly what I was going to play in this new DLC.
Research actualized.
Physics research, exploring the mediation of fundamental forces through subatomic particles. Okay, so I can boost my survey speed or get fusion reactors. I don't really need to fight. The only things that I can fight are things that can absolutely destroy me. So we will do the automated exploration protocols. Actually, it's very, and now that I reflect on it, it's actually somewhat fortunate that I did spawn next to Marauders, but you guys don't know why yet. I think I don't really have a lot of use for an upgraded base here yet, but I do want to get into the habit of building a proper star base for each of my planets. Okay, so we're still one pop away from being able to build a consumer goods factory. I'm actually a little curious what they're holding back on. So we've got 2 executives, enforcer managers, so all of those are taken care of. Lots of clerks, always happy to see that. And we are a little shy on farmers, but I won't complain about that. We've got 63 as a surplus, so in this case we'll use the decision to basically we'll encourage planetary growth here. So this gives a 25% bonus to growth speed. This is kind of a nice little way that you can dump some of your food if you find that it's stockpiling too much. I'm sort of on the fence about using it sometimes because I think there are worse things in the world than keeping a surplus. But for this case, obviously, because I'm close to getting my 35th pop, it would be nice to get that a little bit earlier. So You know I can delete the clips, right? Not that I would, but... Alright. So, I don't really need to build anything right now for this planet. I couldn't really afford it anyway. And I do sort of want to build the... I do sort of want to use the building slot right away. Planetary administration, I think I need 10 pops. Yes, greater than or equal to 10. So ideally that'll happen soon. Looks like the I'm so sorry, guys. I have to... No, you know what? I'll tweet this afterwards. Who here knows what this thing is? An alert communications officer has identified what appears to be a faint signal, almost lost in the gamma ray flashes from the black hole here. Faint, but unmistakably artificial. This raises intriguing possibilities for our scientists. Have a good one, Melee Mage. Oh, I'm so happy this happened. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I'm not going to say anything else, but this is a Stellaris story that was written by one of the people, one of the members of the team that made Culta Simulator. Science Officer Viola Light reports that the signal was unexpectedly easy to decipher, but their team has spent considerable time confirming that it's not a hoax. It is a repeating, half-coherent message in the corporate language, something like a poem. It repeats the phrases, "Gravity is desire," and "Time is sight." It encodes coordinates near the black hole, and it ends with a dedication by name to the science officer, who adds dispassionately that they have confirmed that the signal has been radiating into interstellar space since before their birth. In fact, the signal may predate our civilization. What do you think, chat? Fascinating. Send the vessel to those coordinates, or this is a trick or a trap. Log it and move on. I'll give a dramatic pause for... Fascinating. Send the vessel to those coordinates. The horizon signal, the worm. As the RCA Boramavis approaches the coordinates specified by the signal, it begins to report spatial distortions and curious lensing effects, a rich stream of valuable data, and then the transmission becomes distorted. What happens next is analyzed exhaustively. The excitement in Science Officer Viola Life's voice tautens into fear as the ship's hull struggles against increasingly exotic conditions. The ship triggers a distress call. Viola Life cries out, "The worm!" Or perhaps, "The worm!" And then all transmissions end. No trace of the RCA Boramavis is ever found. No further transmissions, no debris, and the space of those coordinates is innocuous and utterly free of distortions. But the data that they sent back has advanced our physics research dramatically. Perhaps it was worth their lives. We learn and we go on. Well, life goes on, for most of us anyway.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, you really should be in a lab, but Huckleberry Oak. Yeah, we'll get you to... Please investigate the rest of the singularity and don't ask too many questions about that black hole.
Market outlier identified.
Jesus. There are signs of activity by an ancient precursor civilization on this inhospitable rock. Apparently, this is just like Cyberx Central. We have found, I swear, we found like 2 or 3 artifacts in this one system alone. Have I seen a molten world before? Is there a way that I can get in closer? Probably not, but... Alright, so here we're just going to build as many... Well, first we'll build mining stations, then research. And then hopefully we'll have figured out... we'll figure out a bit of an expansion plan by then. So I think the plan I have for Yamal is at least a... at least an anchorage. The real question is whether I want to to double up the anchorages and make it just a pure play for more fleet capacity, or do I don't really see, it doesn't feel like it's worth it to do a so like a trading hub is going to cost me 1 energy, and I'm fairly certain, I can't remember exactly what the conversion is for trade. Does it even tell me? Not here. I guess it has to be on the capital.
Special project actualized.
So it winds up, I mean, it turns it into energy credits at some point. I just don't know how much. Well, we're getting 67 from trade. That's not too bad, to be honest. Alright, the Karabnar Marauders encountered. And you know what? We'll do another screenshot because that's what I'm doing all the time, so. Shinotsun Shi 6661. You should learn and die and hoard all the information to yourself and forget everyone else. But what was will be. We have made first contact with the Karabnar Marauders, a nomadic civilization. They occupy a number of large space stations in and around the Defida system that house the bulk of their massive numbers in crowded and squalid conditions. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, they seem to have developed a strong martial culture. Life in the cold void has become second nature to them, and they are very adept at space warfare. There is no Karabnar central government to speak of. Instead, they are divided into several different factions that vie endlessly with one another for resources and respect. Given their large population and the shipbuilding capability of their stations, this constant infighting is the only thing keeping them from growing into a significant threat to galactic peace. Attempt to contact them. Outsiders, we are the Karabnar. Unlike civilized star nations of the galaxy, we have no single master to lord over us. But I have been chosen to convey this message to you on behalf of our houses. Do not try to impose your soft and effete ways upon us. You may freely send alien ships into Karabnar territory, but do not expect them to return. Our warriors will welcome the diversion, however. Transmit on this frequency only if you wish to offer tribute, or have need of mercenaries, as well as the means to pay for them. See? Rhizome Capital is dedicated to free enterprise. These are just... A new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of the Rhizome Capital. Led by Chief Executive Officer Ebenezer Hawthorne, they call themselves the Citizen Self-Determinism Group. Is a plant not entitled to the sweat of its bough? God, this has been a really good playthrough for some very on-brand choices. Their members work for equality and justice for all. No, that's the exact opposite. All right. I'll just make sure that we cut that bit out. Their members work for equality and justice for all denizens of the Empire. A disgruntled faction will be a source of trouble, but one that approves of the government's actions could prove useful. So this is going to give me a chance to think a bit about... So this is one of these points where I sometimes want to stop and smell the roses in terms of what I'm doing overall. And this is because there's been two major changes that have sort of happened in terms of my... in terms of my playthrough. So one, we've discovered the Marauders. We know any investigations that I would have done down this end are cut off. Any expansion to my west is going to be occurring in these systems and up. There is a bit of a drawback here in that I have a lot of entry points for these barbarians. It's not that great, to be completely honest, because this is going to be... I mean, essentially what's going to be happening is if I want to defend against the Marauders, I am essentially going to have to build 2, maybe even 3 spaceports. If I want to expand out, same deal. So like basically in the status quo, 1 here, and I'd probably build out to at least here. So one here as well. But that would be my entire spaceport capacity, which would leave me completely... it would leave me completely closed in here. I do want that Gaia world, but obviously we're not going to be able to take out 5k of the crystalline entities, so we're going to hold off on that. So essentially my expansion plans are going to be in this area over here. And we will be probably focusing a little bit more down here. Now, I'd like to say that these are a natural buffer zone, but these guys are going to wind up raiding me at some point, so I need to be a bit careful about that. I feel a little more secure on this because they're not going to go sort of walkabout out of this system inside here, so probably I'm going to see what I can do to get some decent choke points in this part of the galaxy. And then this has a fairly, well, it sort of had a fairly linear path, but then I actually took a look at what's up here. So, I mean, there might be something along these lines here, but it's way too early for me to tell on this sort of stuff. So, if you're gonna leave the barbarians alone, we will definitely leave them alone because they've just got they're too strong. But we'll leave them. We'll leave them be for now. The more important thing, though, is to take a look at the self-determination group. So this is going to be giving me almost 2 more influence, which means that I'll be able to build even more sort of... I'll be able to expand my borders more rapidly. So anti-autocratic, we're good there. Free movement, we're good there. Reproductive freedoms, we're good there. And anti-stratification, letting any denizen of our empire live in a stratified economy will greatly displease the citizen self-determinism group. I'm not 100% sure what this stratification business is. Perhaps it is under my policies. So... okay. So decent conditions, social welfare will improve demand for consumer goods, but it'll increase happiness. Utopian abundance. Big improvement for all of the worker and specialists. Unemployed pops have normal happiness and... Oh, so this is a neat thing. So apparently... Oh. So I was talking about this idea of giving incentives to have unemployment in the game, which would be more on brand for Megacorps. And it seems that they've sort of done this in here. So in the case of the stratified economy, you don't need to pay anything for the slaves. The workers get less. All right. Yep, so that's exactly how they've modeled that in the game here. So again, they don't model it. So if you want unemployment, you want it in utopian abundance, because basically it's it's straight out of Karl Marx. They'll have time to to hunt, fish, and write poetry. Academic privilege, I haven't checked either. So unemployed pops have reduced happiness. Academic privilege prioritizes the educated population to the general benefit of the sciences. Knowledge is the key to power. Rulers' political power plus 900%. Specialist political power 400%. So I mean that'll have a little bit more in terms of the composition of the factions and such, but I don't need to worry too much about that. So comparing this to decent conditions, 5 and 10 versus 15, 15. I'd pay more for specialists to gain So the only thing is that I don't really want. So I do like the extra happiness because that'll make my population more productive. But I don't really see the benefit in getting the extra unity for not having people work. So neglecting the needs of our subjects is a losing proposition in the long run. Social welfare, seeing to the needs of the people, is the most important responsibility of the state. Stratified economy. If they wish to better their lot in life, they will have to work for it. Utopian abundance. We cannot realistically eliminate every want by providing every need, but we can try. And academic privilege. Knowledge is the key to power. I'm not going to change any of these, but that's cool that's in there. So I'm like the good evil corporation. Okay, so I can build a corporate culture site, but clearly that's going to cost me consumer goods, and I need to produce them. So in this case, I think the civilian industries are the right call here. I'll just double check. I don't think there's any other way for me to get artisans, so. Yep. So in this case, we'll build the civilian industries. It'll take a while to build up, but that'll essentially, it won't eliminate my consumer goods problems, but it'll essentially what it'll do, it'll free up the capital world for other resources. And this is a great moment. By the way, I don't know if A. Newcomb is here because I did see a little activity on Twitter. I hope you get a chance to see this thing. Incidentally, Johnny, have you seen this item? Because this is a really cool little bit. So, reprise. The black hole in the BX799 singularity is active again. Once again, a looping signal flickers into the darkness on the edge of normal space, but this time there is an acoustic message encoded in the signal. It sounds very much like Viola Light's voice. What was shall be, Viola Light intones. What shall be was. Then the same coordinates as the first signal, the coordinates where Viola Life was lost. What the media has christened the exit point. And then they say a name. Rose Oak. Rose Oak volunteers to go, permit it, permit them to go, but rig the ship's drives to detonate, or not this time, ignore it. And chat will have a moment to reflect on the decision, but I already know what I'm picking. The people have spoken. Rose Oak volunteers to go. Permit it. Rose Oak will arrive at the exit point in 30 days. All right. I think we'll just straight up recruit a new one. Should also just take a quick look at the composition of my yeah, not much to be done about it. Then blow them up. Too late.
Scaling complete.
Too late for the detonation. I don't know how many people here know what happens in this. But I was very excited for this thing to trigger. All right, let's. Oh, the horizon signal. I am through. This time, the ship is running fully automated. Rose Oak is the only crew member aboard. As it approaches the exit point, the telemetry stream fills up with fascinating data. Once again, space flexes, gravity uncoils. Rose Oak reads off the headline data, echoing the telemetry. They are commendably calm. We've sent a professional. It takes a little while for anyone to realize that there is something peculiar about the timing. Rose Oak is no longer echoing the data. They are predicting it. The telemetry disagrees, but only for a few seconds until it catches up. The monitoring team is just reporting that the prediction interval is increasing when Rose Oak says wonderingly, "I'm through." "It's dark," they add. "That's not a problem. We can live in the dark." "I never thought of that. But of course we can live here forever, if the worm can only wait." At that moment, the signal cuts out. The ship disappears from our team's sensors. "This is horrible. This is regrettable. This is fascinating." Regrettable.
Upscaling complete.
These people have given their lives. We can't say it's fascinating. I actually don't really know what to do with this building right now. I kind of want to build the second anchorage now that I think about it, but for now I have a surplus of energy credits, so we'll worry about filling out our fleet. A new faction has emerged. A new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of Rhizome Capital. Led by Governor Jasmine Maple, they call themselves the Xeno Equality Lobby. Their members have been pushing hard for friendly relations with alien species. Not overtly. We spent a lot of money. This is the thing. We spent a lot of money on that, on that human resource, plant resource, shareholder resource, and we didn't get the return. Okay, no purges, new contact, and that's it. So not a lot for the Xeno Equality Lobby at the moment, but we shouldn't have a hard time fulfilling those goals. Hello, Rouge Light Girl and Domi, how are you doing? We have had a bunch of really cool events that pop up. Actually, here's a question for you. Who would like a recap of the Horizon Signal events? Because I'll go through the screenshots really quickly if there's enough demand. But for those of you who are fans of Cultist Simulator, the main writer on Cultist Simulator is the same person who wrote the Horizon Signal. All right. Very tired, but won't be able to stay for long again. Oh, that's not a problem, Domi. I'm happy to have you here no matter what. So, okay, we'll do a quick recap. It'll take me a minute to bring up the screenshots. Am I not able to put these inside? Sorry, folks. Just need to figure... There we go. Show on disk. Yeah, it is. It weirds me out whenever I watch the VODs, to be totally honest. All right, it's not the prettiest look, but here we go. So we went into a black hole sector, and this event popped up. Now, if you want to know the details behind this, I believe it's I think it's now a 2%. Anyways, it used to be something like 5% chance. I think now it's less. But basically, this is a fairly rare event that can potentially trigger every single time you enter a system with a black hole. And this screen pops up. An alert communications officer has identified what appears to be a faint signal, almost lost amongst the gamma ray flashes from the black hole here. Faint, but unmistakably artificial. This raises intriguing possibilities for our scientists. So then we investigate it. Gravity is desire. Science officer Viola Life reports that the signal was unexpectedly easy to decipher, but their team has spent considerable time confirming that it's not a hoax. It is a repeating, half-coherent message in the corporate language, something like a poem. It repeats the phrases gravity is desire and time is sight. It encodes coordinates near the black hole, and it ends with a dedication by name to the science officer, who adds dispassionately that they have confirmed that the signal has been radiating into interstellar space since before their birth. In fact, the signal may predate our civilization. So we chose fascinating. Send the vessel to those coordinates. The worm. As the RCA Boramavis approaches the coordinates specified by the signal, it begins to report spatial distortions and curious lensing effects, a rich stream of valuable data. And then the transmission becomes distorted. What happens next is analyzed exhaustively. The excitement in Science Officer Viola Life's voice tautens into fear as the ship's hull struggles against increasingly exotic conditions. The ship triggers a distress call. Viola Life cries out, "The worm!" Or perhaps, "The worm." Then all transmissions end. No trace of the ship is ever found. No further transmissions, no debris, and the space at those coordinates is innocuous and utterly free of distortions. But the data that they sent back has advanced our physics research dramatically. Perhaps it was worth their lives. We learn and we go on. So then I think it's something like a year goes by. The horizon signal, reprise. The black hole in in the BX799 singularity is active again. Once again, a looping signal flickers in the darkness at the edge of normal space, but this time there's an acoustic message encoded in the signal. It sounds very much like Viola Life's voice. What was shall be, Viola Life intones. What shall be was. Then the same coordinates as the first signal, the coordinates where Viola Life was lost, what the media has christened the exit point. And then they say a name. Rose Oak. You know, Domi, it's actually really funny that I got it the first time that I played the update with it too. I don't know if they deliberately make it that way, but yeah. So I had no idea that you had Stellaris, and I had no idea that you've got this event. So I guess this is for the benefit of Rouge Light Girl then. The Horizon signal I'm through. But yeah, it is a fairly rare event. The Horizon signal, I'm through. This time the ship is running fully automated. Rose Oak is the only crew member aboard. As it approaches the exit point, the telemetry stream fills up with fascinating data. Once again, space flexes, gravity uncoils. Rose Oak reads off the headline data, echoing the telemetry. They are commendably calm. We've sent a professional. It takes a little while for anyone to realize that something is peculiar about the timing. Rose Oak is no longer echoing the data, they're predicting it. The telemetry disagrees, but only for a few seconds until it catches up. The monitoring team is just reporting that the prediction interval is increasing when Rose Oak says wonderingly, "I'm through." "It's dark," they add. "That's not a problem. We can live here in the dark." I never thought of that. But of course we can live here forever, if the worm will only wait. At that moment, the signal cuts out, and the ship disappears from our team's sensors. And that is where we've left the event. Anyways, yeah, so this was, again, this is actually an increasingly special event for me because, again, it was the first time, like I'd mentioned something about the Horizon signal, and Alexis Kennedy gave a funny little tweet quoting it. I didn't quite realize what the quote was until I played the event. But indirectly, it was the thing that sort of wound up bringing my attention to Cultist Simulator. Now, I'm sure I would have found out about it, without that tweet, but it was something that I wound up, like, it's just, oh, hey, the guy who wrote this, looked at it and he was on his Ronin year. I might be sort of adjusting that story a little bit. I might have known about it before. I definitely had played Sunless Sea before, but so far as I can tell, that was my first interaction with him, and I can definitely remember that gave me a little bit of a motivation to be a bit more engaged. And again, it's just because somebody paid attention to me, so it's funny how this stuff works out. All right, an extended period of unrelenting border skirmishes with the Karabnar Marauders has hardened our serving naval crews. Their abilities have been tempered in battle, and our forces have even adopted several complex Karabnar combat maneuvers that will give them the edge in future conflicts. The Great Whetstone. Excellent. Marauder Whetstone modifier added for 120 months. The following effects: ship fire rate plus 10%. After that, we'll become soft and lazy again. I'll be honest, I think I'm probably going to be stuck in ERAM for a while. Alright, well, I pretty much know where I'm heading now. The BX 799 Singularity, strategic resource discovered. During its survey of BX 799 Singularity, the RCA Juris discovered a previously unknown strategic resource, dubbed dark matter. This exotic substance has many properties that seemingly defy several natural laws. It could potentially revolutionize the sciences. While we do not yet possess the means to extract this resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. Dark matter says the exotic substance has many properties that seemingly defy several natural laws. Harvestable concentrations can only be found near black holes or in certain nebulas. You plays the browser game that Sunless Sea is based on? Fallen London. That's a good one, too. He'll give them the hedge. And totally unrelated, but a little bird told me that I used to play Stardew Valley. Why did you stop playing it? Domi. So, if this is a reference to Blue Little Bird, the trick here is that I never stopped playing Stardew Valley. What I did, so there have been 2 times that I've played Stardew Valley. And the first time I actually learned a very important lesson about how people respond to stuff that happens on Twitch. So, for the benefit of those who have not played Stardew Valley, the game sort of begins with you. So it's you as a child, I think, and you have sort of this kindly old grandfather who's telling you that, one day the pressures of the world are going to, are going to get to you, and to take this letter, don't open it right away, but you'll know when you need to, and I think eventually he dies, and it shows you at your job, and you work at Joja, which is almost certainly Amazon. Let me just read this faction thing. A new faction has recently been gaining traction within the internal political landscape of Rhizome Capital, led by scientist Heath Maple. They call themselves the Council of Scientific Betterment. Their members have been pushing hard for the advancement of the sciences. So we are basically in good shape as far as those guys are concerned. So, ooh. Okay, you know what? I will finish the intro to Stardew Valley then. So anyway, what the it shows you in your workplace, and you're obviously stressed out, and then it goes to your perspective, and you open the drawer and there's the letter, and then you get to actually take your first action of the game, which is to open the letter. Now, I did that introduction, and I actually had no intention whatsoever of playing Stardew Valley that day. What I did was, go through that whole introduction, big setup and all of that, and then when it comes time for the letter, I sort of staged this really offended response. And I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of this pastoral nonsense. I worked really hard. I was top of my class in computer science. I am sick and tired of these game developers telling me that all of the hard work that I put into my education doesn't mean anything. That because the game developer didn't like their job in the tech industry, that apparently going and planting parsnips is somehow better. Why can't you just be proud of the fact that you're in one of the biggest companies that's doing some of the most cutting edge work in IT? Why is that so wrong? And just go on ranting about it until I finally say something to effects like, I'm going to play a game that gives me real choice. And so I closed it and I started playing the Stanley Parable. Now the joke here, for those of you who have not played the Stanley Parable, is the Stanley Parable is entirely about the fact that the narrator is basically forcing you to do these things inside the game. You don't really have any real choice inside of it. And I sort of thought that would be apparent from the context, but somebody stopped watching the cast for 8 months, and then they came back and they said, it's I felt really bad I was really excited to see you play Stardew Valley, and I thought you were really unfair to it. And so I've been gone for a while, and I now feel kind of bad about that, but I felt I was kind of upset that you were really unfair to that game. And there's just this moment of horrible realization where I'm like, oh Jesus, to me, I just sort of thought it was a pretty clear joke, but I never really allowed for the possibility that somebody might think that I was genuinely angry about Stardew Valley. And again, that's not on them. I genuinely felt bad about it because, it would be nice if they didn't have to deny themselves the cast, thinking that I didn't like their favorite game. So what I did was, when Full Throttle came out, this is a clip. I don't want to spend too much time going down memory lane, but I think this is probably a meaningful one for this story. Then we'll be back to Stellaris. But when Full Throttle came out, I thought, I was like, well, what'll be a fun one to do is I'll say I'm going to do Stardew Valley. Now, for this one, I had a pre-recorded video of about 30 minutes of gameplay. And then I interrupted. So, again, we go through it, and I started to pretend that I was getting a little worked up about the fact that I was forced to open the letter. But I was like, no, I'll play the game that they wanted me to play. And so this was the end of the Stardew Valley playthrough. Welcome to Living Off the Land. We're back again with another tip for y'all. Now listen up. This one's for all you greenhorns out there. Chop wood and search for wild forage to earn some cash while waiting for your first harvest. Everybody's telling me to do work. So, and then that was my introduction to Full Throttle. Ben coming through. That was Jeff the Hef did a great job with that animation. Now the trick here, of course, is that everybody knows now that if it's a pre-recorded video for 30 minutes and I'm not actually responding to people in chat, I can't really do that trick again. But yeah, that was fun. So I've still never played Stardew Valley on cast when it wasn't a big practical joke, but Johnny's reaction to that was really, really rewarding. So a massive ruined space station has been discovered in Xerak. Its shattered remains contained a plenitude of battle computers, simulators, and broadcasting arrays, which lead our scientists to speculate that it must have been some type of strategic coordination center. Fascinating. Oh, right, this is the megastructure.
Upscaling complete.
I am really tempted to just I think I am going to put a second anchorage on this thing because it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to add another trading hub. If anything, it makes sense to add it back on equity because that'll give it, that'll allow it to extend to Gaul, Upsoth, and Urom. Yeah, no problem, Domi. God, I love this one. Okay. The horizon signal, the trine, the quine, the trine. Once again, the horizon signal in the BX799 singularity is active. It has upped its game. Once again, the transmission includes the exit point's coordinates. It's signed with the private comm keys of Viola Light and Rose Oak. But this time, it's a generative text program written in an elderly programming language that creates what appears to be love poems. Love poems dedicated to Heath Maple. They're honestly not very good love poems, but it is, our scientists agree, quite difficult to generate love poems procedurally, and quite unusual for a black hole to send love poems at all. Well, it asked nicely, send Heath Maple with their drive rigged to blow, or this is sinister and ridiculous and sinister. Let it go. I am curious on chat's responses to this one, so I am inclined to saying that it asked nicely.
Should this be the voice of the horizon signal?
Well, it asked nicely, send Heath Maple. Oh, well, so much for those projects I was working on. We'll see what happens. By the way, I didn't read the text before, but something has reached out to us from a place where time and space are shrunk to a knot. It desires us. Okay, time for some new traditions. So let's think a little bit about where we want to go for the next while. So Dominion isn't just about Heath's under contract, Rouge Light Girl. So domination isn't just for warlords anymore. This may also be a Megacorp thing. If we do not impose our will on others, they will inevitably impose their will on us. So we get a bonus to clear blockers. Governor level capital buildings, enforcers, 5% for workplace, and the Privy Council. So I mean, it's not terrible on its own, but it's kind of hard to argue right away for it. You might make an argument for supremacy, either for the starbase bonus, or alternatively for things like the ship upkeep and the like the fire rate and such. But that seems a little overkill for just running into the like. Let's be clear: the Marauders are going to clean my clock if that's the if that's the thing I'm defending against. There's nothing I can do with my existing forces that will stop them. Similar reason for not going for diplomacy, because there's simply nobody to be diplomatic with. So it really seems that the decisions come down to prosperity, discovery, and harmony. Now, discovery is nice because it does do boosts to anomaly research speed. And obviously, I have been struggling a little bit to get some proper exploration done as I continue to do these surveys. I've always tended to go for this a little later, though. Harmony, the food consumption's not a bad one because that's just going to... The way I perceive... Okay, so the way that I sort of consider about this one, now especially with the stability bonus that you get at the end, if you consider the reduction in food consumption, that's ultimately fewer farms that you need to build, which means the more resources you can generate through other means. Generally good. The medium-term ones, I mean, lifespan's not terrible. Amenities usage lower. Like, this is sort of a productivity boost. But then if I'm going for productivity, then it raises the question, why don't I just go straight for prosperity? So let's do a comparison. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to review the Horizon Signal, but I'll send you screenshots. So here's kind of how I think about this one here. And again, I'm probably belaboring the point, but this is sort of how I learned Stellaris. As I say, okay, so let's just say that Dominion and diplomacy are off the table. Similarly, supremacy is sort of out because I'm only doing that for the Marauders at the moment. So it breaks down between discovery, prosperity, and harmony, and I'm going to say that I'm going to put discovery in my back pocket because I have traditionally done that a little bit later. So first thing is, what will I immediately gain? So 10% bonus to mining station output, which in this case, 3 minerals, which obviously will help. Whoa, we're generating a lot of consumer goods. All right, well, I don't need to worry so much about that. Maybe I will do some more alloy production if it comes down to it. Alternatively here, food consumption goes down. So in this case, this would be I'm building things that are not farms. And of course, this might be a good argument because it looks like I'll be building more minerals. Essentially, the way I could measure this is to say, take a look at the number of farms I don't build and see how many minerals that would translate into. And if that number's bigger than 3, if my focus is on minerals, then harmony is the better choice. Tier 1, so building upkeep reduced, district upkeep reduced, and then buildings districts have their build costs reduced by 10% and build speed increased by 25%. So the percent changes are kind of better in the late game, in my opinion, because they're just so much larger across a whole empire, but you have to build something at some time. There's 3 level ones here, so leader lifespan, kind of preventing negative effects from unemployment, and my empire is small enough I don't need to worry too much about unemployment. So really, it's hard for me to say. The leader lifespan is probably the best, and the governing ethics is second best. Tier 2, specialist output increased by 5%. City districts provide an additional clerk job and an additional housing. So in this view, this is a lot more focused on sort of the care and feeding of my population, which is something I care about a lot, particularly as the Megacorp. And then at level 2, bonuses to ship build speed and fire rate when in a defensive war, and pop amenities usage reduced by 10%. The amenities usage is the more important one for me in here. But it's pretty clear that, you know, I'm getting very excited about the ideas of like building upkeep, building speed, specialist outputs, and things like that. I see this even with the improvement on the food consumption. This is a better productivity one, which makes sense. It is prosperity. And then, of course, at the end, all planets will have a merchant job per 50 pops. So let's bite the bullet and say we're doing prosperity. And for some reason my energy expenditure cratered, but I'm assuming that's because the colony is... All right, the horizon signal, where the end comes from. This will be the end of me, Heath Maple says at the briefing before the launch. I know I won't come back, but I think I always knew this would happen. Whatever is in the hole has been waiting for us for a long, long time. I think it's waiting for me since before I was born. Once again, the single pilot ship approaches the exit point. Once again, space boils over like a fever. Again, our sensor arrays soak up fascinating data. This time, Heath Maple is silent. The telemetry becomes intermittent. And then it too is silent. The ship has reached the exit point. The conditions around it are returning to normal. Nothing has happened. Nothing? The monitoring team mutter furiously. The ship is different. In fact, it's a different ship. It's Viola Light's vessel. Lost these years past, drifting now away from the exit point. A salvage team finds it pristine and empty. No trace of crew and no sign of violence. But there's a journal entry in Viola Light's name, titled, "What Was Will Be." Our scientists review it nervously. "Impossible," one says. "I hope so," says another. The ship is renamed the Foundling and returned to service. The signal, dead or sleeping, says nothing at all ever again. I did capture this one, right? I'll hit it again just to be sure, and yet this may not be the end. Tech research option gained, entropic recursion, 10% bonus towards it, and here we go. Okay, and we've got aliens. And this looks like real... Nope, they're not real aliens. Maybe they are. I can't really zoom in. Well, we'll try. Mining drones, maybe? Yeah, this is the challenge. I can zoom in, apparently, but not zoom out. Okay, so we're really getting boxed in here. Interesting. Okay, so let's figure out where everybody is in. So I've got to go on a bit of a recruitment drive. Hazel Maple. Well, no, hang on. We'll recruit people for the ships first. So. You know, before I do any of this, I should probably research. Okay. Survey first, then research the anomalies, then more surveys. Okay, let's now populate the Foundling, and we will give you, again, Iris Hawthorne. Someone young. And... so we can't send them down there. What we will do instead... get them to investigate sort of to the north. And what we'll do is one will go right, the other will go left once all these other areas are explored. All right, now I don't think I have anything interesting. Oh, no, I do have something interesting for this guy to do, but I'm going to need to buy... oh, no, I can't afford alloys now. All right, so we will have a new pop in just a moment. Then we'll be able to unlock a new building slot. I need to think about what I want.
Surveyed. Market outlier identified.
Xerac pulses steadily,
Research
its
actualized.
helioseismology indicating an internal composition far denser than expected. What could be responsible for this surprising density? Lack of education. Automated exploration protocols. Survey speed 25%. Unlocks feature automatic exploration. An advanced AI will aid science officers in their task to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no blorg has gone before. The science ship will be able to explore the galaxy with the help of an AI. Okay, so we can research Omega Theory. This will give us... The universe tends irresistibly onwards and downwards. That tendency cannot be reversed, but it can be subverted for a price. An inkling of the perspectives and past affections, half of a whole, useless on its own. When complete, may allow our scientists to stumble upon the Omega Theory technology. Entropic reversion, oh yeah, we've read that already. So, do I want blue lasers or do I want crazy science? Crazy science. How's my social doing? 14 months. All right, so I am very tempted to go for alloy foundries. Or definitely not consumer goods. Unity and amenities. I mean, I really can't ignore the amenities, but
Upscaling
I think at
complete.
this point here we're going to go for another batch of alloy foundries. And then as far as the population's concerned, what are my housing needs? Yeah, we have some. I think what I'll do is I'll start thinking about building some generators. And the clerks and farmers are going to take care of things for a bit, so we should be okay, but I do need to... I definitely need to keep an eye on the balance of everything for the next little bit. All right, it's time for you to make like a tree, tree and leaf. Got to work at 4 a.m. God help you, Shintoshin. Sorry, I'm gonna call you Shino because I am terrible at name pronunciation. You have my deepest sympathies about the hour. If you have a minute to let us know what you do for a living, I am dying to know. I wish you a very good evening. Thank you very much for hanging out and being active in chat, and I hope I get a chance to see you again. Have a wonderful evening. I don't think I have anything interesting to do with these. I mean, maybe the crew quarters, but I don't really feel like that's a good use of my resources right now, so we'll sit on that, and I think we'll just keep building up the fleet as we get a chance to. Cosmic Diamond. While on the surface, Xerac appears to be an ordinary white dwarf. The star hides an intriguing secret. While on the surface, Xerac appears to be an ordinary white dwarf. The star hides an intriguing secret. By studying Xerac's pulsations, the RCA Gerusis crew has discovered its composition to be almost entirely crystallized carbon. This astronomical crystal lattice seems to have formed as the star cooled, originating in its gas-fusing core and growing outward over time. Xerac is a diamond of cosmological proportions, glinting behind a white veil of oxygen and helium. So I was already going to take this this zone, but apparently, well, I mean, it said it was going to be +4 physics. Apparently not. So we're building up our starbase. I think we should be able to get at least another at least one other Corvette out.
Upscaling complete.
We should see a reasonable boost in our alloy production before too long. And probably my next concern is going to be on capturing some energy. We're going to find some in Uram for sure, but it's not so clear where the next batch comes from, and our options are fairly limited in terms of where we go next. The Loop Temple, Signs in the Stone. Archaeologists have found a forgotten temple in remote highlands of Rhizome Capital, buried for centuries, but recently exposed by an earthquake. Dating techniques suggest it's a pre-industrial relic, hand-hewn from volcanic rock. However, the recurring symbol on the walls and radial altar, a Mobius-looped serpent consuming its own tail, has no obvious precedent in our early history, and the inscriptions use an unknown alphabet. One excitable archaeologist suggests it's a relic left by an unknown precursor race. In a presumably meaningless coincidence, the quake seems to have occurred at the same time as the final message from the black hole in the BX 799 singularity. This merits study or ominous? Establish a research project to learn more about the Loop Temple, its origins, and its purpose. I'm just going to take a minute to wrap myself up in a blanket.
Upscaling complete.
How are you tonight, Eyes of Sin? I know you normally do a little bit of housework, so I don't feel too bad when I don't see you you speak, but you definitely had lots of very fun plant comments to share during the stream, so I want to make sure that I haven't done anything to limit the supply of the good lines. Captain Shields also had some pretty good ones over the evening as well. Okay, so more improvements to my leaders. That'll help with obviously we had to replace some, so that will help. Ocean World will be a good colonization target as well, so good news there.
Upscaling complete.
I'm going for it.
Research actualized.
Yeah, there goes our energy. Society research from researchers 20%. Studying the different forms of life that appear on our world helps us better understand ourselves and the life that surrounds us. So, in this case, I'm going to go for... Gene clinics seem a lot cooler now.
Upscaling complete.
I think in this case we're going for it. So the negotiations for appointing a new chief executive officer are underway. The decision will be announced in 22200401, April Fool's Day. So we will not spend influence on such matters. And I should actually be a little careful on how I'm spending resources. So Xerac will give me energy as well, but it's going to take me two hops to get it. So the Loop Temple, Time and Stone. Our scientists have learned a great deal about the subterranean temple, but some questions remain. A roof aperture along with the radial altar suggests that it was once a solar calendar, but it's so badly damaged by the earthquake that we can't be certain. If the builders found particular dates important, we'll never know which ones. We'd had better luck with the unknown alphabet. It's a debased variant of a better-known hierarchic script, not an alien language at all, and we've successfully deciphered it. The temple is dedicated to the waiting worm, or the worm in waiting. Most of the inscriptions are sonorous, poetic invocations requesting its appearance, or, if read in the other direction, its departure. There's also a body of inscriptions describing the operations of the universe, which our more excitable archaeologist swears contains references to advanced field equations. Nothing new to us, but very impressive for a temple of this vintage. We have yet to find a physicist who's prepared to go on record as agreeing that the references are meaningful, though. The temple holds no cosmic secrets or alien weapons, as far as we can tell, but its dark spaces have a distinctive, menacing beauty, and the poetry of the invocations to the worm-in-waiting become fashionable. They are set to popular music, and they are published in collections. So we can open the Loop Temple to the public, something of our past, what was will be. Loop Temper Visitor Center modifier added, gives additional happiness, research for Doctrine Strange Loop, reserve the temple for academic study only, let's limit access to those who need it, an immediate 300 society research, or there's something wrong here, show leadership by sealing the temple. Now, of course, we're going to go down the madness. Open the Loop Temple to the public. So unfortunately, because I am short on energy credits, I'm going to have to wait before I expand out. In fact, I may just want to expand out here next. Inexplicable optical phenomena play across the surface of Zirac 4b. It's clearly visible from space. Okay, let's go. I think I am actually going to build at year M. It'll take me a while to get there anyway. And the idea here is that I can get for... A new ruler has been elected. Chief Executive Officer Ebenezer Hawthorne will rule until the next election, which will take place on 2240-04-01. There are signs of activity by an ancient precursor civilization on this habitable world. I have a feeling we're going to get the Cybrix homeworld very quickly. How many artifacts? Oh no, we only have 2. Okay, my bad. I feel like we've had a lot more. But yeah, we are generating 17 alloys now, so really the name of the game for the next little while is going to be making sure that I have enough sort of base resources. We're 35 of 37. Oop, the messenger, what was will be. The RCA Teomora Mavis is located in a small, minimally powered artificial object, broadcasting a looping signal at local range only. These sorts of things usually turn out to be escape pods, and this looks like one of those. It's been out here a long time. When the crew cracks it open, carefully observing the quarantine procedures, they find ancient remains preserved by the sterile pod environment. So far, not unusual. The captain of the RCA Teromora Mavis indicates, however, that they did not expect to find the corporate words, "What was will be, what will be was," daubed on the wall in the bodily fluid of the pod's occupant, who the crew now wryly referring to as the messenger. They add that there is some equally unexpected anatomical similarities between the messenger species and our own. Alright, so... we need to send a science ship to discover the mystery. But I don't want to delay my expansion any further, so we will... This was not the place. Okay, so this ship is Meropantis. So it's going to take me a while to actually research this this thing, but I'm willing to wait. I'm going to make sure I lock this guy in for the starbase first, and then we should be generating a pretty decent surplus alloys for the next little while. So again, the one thing that I've got a negative of at the moment is the energy. So I want to focus on obtaining that. That's why I'm heading to this location first. Of course, I'm going to be giving some of that back for the society research, but what I'll be doing ultimately, I don't think I'm going to be able to find out what's in this other world. So instead, we're going to double back. I'm going to pay fairly heavily for claiming the dark matter, but then we'll be able to get to Xerac, and I'm going to be able to make up my energy. Flindomo, don't feel bad at all. I hope you're doing well. Light Show, Science Officer Huckleberry Oak reports that the luminous waves coursing through the ice that blankets Xerac 4b is of alien origin. Some ancient battle has deposited scattered wreckage of an alien fighter on a frozen planet, and only the exposed core of its main weapons remain intact. It seems this alien race use lasers somewhat more advanced than the ones currently in use by the shareholder fleets, and the fizzling innards periodically discharge low-powered lasers into the ice of Xerac 4b. The planet's harsh climate prevented the lasers from actually melting the ice, allowing the chilly matrix to act as a brilliant prism. We could use that technology.
Research actualized.
So how are you doing tonight, Flindomo?
Research actualized.
Hey, research everywhere. Okay, so nothing new to do for the blue laser, obviously, but we have completed our Mega or Ally forges. Now again, we can't build this thing yet because we needed the volatile motes, but this thing will be great when we can. Solid holographic casts that alter their shapes at a moment's notice, speeding up alloy production. So we can put money or research into coil gun. We can put zero-G refineries for a 10% bonus to mining station output. That is a pretty good argument for it now because I am... First of all, one, it is relatively inexpensive, but number two, I'm actually running into a shortage of sort of raw materials. I've got a surplus of refined. And this is incidentally, so this is what I was talking about. Sorry, I've wrapped my... there we go. I've wrapped my my cord over everything. So, oh dear, I almost, sorry. You're willing to give you 350 energy, but you want 25 of the equity share. No deal. It's a small mom and pop operation. We need to keep it in the family. The biggest argument here, like, so again, I've done well for consumer goods. I've done well for alloys. I don't really care that much about having too much of a surplus for the consumer goods, although I might do some level of abundance. I need to think about that. I don't know if the happiness is really going to translate to the productivity gains that I want. There's really no argument for me going for the strike craft. And coil guns will be nice. Like, I can't really skimp on my military, especially with the Marauders being next door. But at this point here, I think the argument for better, better refineries is the way to go here. The shark is not pleased. I've also been meaning to... This is one thing that is a subtle change in Megacorp, but I quite like it. So those of you who've watched me play Stellaris in the past know that I pretty much by default would be at 2-speed and carry on, especially on in the early game. There have been a couple of points where I feel like I could get away with doing that, but there is just so much to do, especially in the earlier stages when you're sort of working out all of these balances, that it I don't know, like I've definitely felt I've felt comfortable being at the 1 speed.
A system has been surveyed.
Obviously, over 2 streams, only being at 2220 is maybe not what most people would expect themselves to be at, but this, I think, is... So one, I think this is very deliberate. But two, it's the sort of thing that really I personally find pretty rewarding about this this patch, which is, there's meaningful choices that you can make in terms of the composition of your colonies. I'm personally sort of dealing with the fact that I've got lots of anomalies coming up, and I've generally been able to sort of balance out my different priorities. So for instance, I'm doing the Corvette here. This is really the first time where I've been in a deficit and I'm not able to immediately sort of work my way out of what's going on. And you can sort of see here, right, if you think is like, well, the basic resources you don't need to worry so much about. Energy is the really obvious one. In this case, it's like, well, I just can't buy any more alloys, where it used to be the thing that I was buying, every couple of months. But even things like consumer goods or alloys, usually what I think will happen to most people is they'll realize that they've not been prioritizing on minerals, and then they build a new factory or something like that, and all of a sudden they notice they're in a big deficit, and then there's nothing that they can do with it. Now, there's a pretty easy way of getting around that. You just change your pops, but essentially what you have, you've dedicated resources to building this industrial capacity, but because you didn't balance your inputs well enough, it's essentially just dead capital sitting there. So everybody's talked about how much micromanagement is seemingly required now, even already in the early game. I'm not big. I don't really think it requires too much micromanagement. So I've very rarely gone in and looked at these individual pops and said, okay, you're going to be a clerk now. I think the game is making some pretty intelligent decisions as far as, where these, where my pops go. Personal opinion, but I don't think that's unfair. But I will say, I personally like it quite a bit, because what you are doing is just... So, actually, here's the best analogy that I can draw. The thing that makes a lot of Paradox games really rewarding to me, and especially something like Crusader Kings, which incidentally I will be getting back to at some point, just obviously, I have a nice opportunity to do Megacorp early, so it's kind of an obvious choice. So the thing that makes Paradox games, especially like Crusader Kings, really rewarding to me is this ability to say, 10 years earlier, I want to do this. And you set in motion a series of events that allow you to achieve this big ambition. And this is true of Stellaris as well. You wake up and you've got a big scary neighbor beside you, and you're not 100% sure how to deal with them, but you start saying, okay, let's focus on our ability to produce lots of ships. Or, well, I can't really beat them with navies, but we have a good position here, so I'm going to focus a lot on defense and make sure that they're not able to get past these things. There's all sorts of different situations you can find yourself in, and if you understand the game reasonably well, you can turn these situations to your advantage and do quite well. So I think the changes, and this will be reflected a little bit in what Zenny says here, it's more of macro, but there are a lot more choices to make, and it's not nearly as simple as it used to be. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. So the idea here is that you are going to unlock one of these buildings at every 5 pops, which means that you don't necessarily have the dexterity that you used to in order to build certain buildings. For instance, you'll notice right now, where'd the deficit go? Well, part of it's the fact that I've built enough capacity for people to start manning generators. One person landing on this was sort of enough to get me out of the hole. So essentially what you do is you've taken this wonderful experience from the base game of saying, here are some priorities that I have, and I'm going to set things in motion to achieve them. And you're taking what used to be something that you'd only focus on in the galaxy map. Of course, I can't zoom out the galaxy map until I get a new mouse. But you're taking all of that thinking that you used to do, the larger level, and you're applying it to the smaller level.
Survey completed.
And I find that quite rewarding. Again, you make interesting choices. If you want, you can really go and, like, I think it kind of comes down to the way that people used to treat sectors. Like, I think people didn't like doing sectors a lot because they really wanted to be in control. And so it's not so much that micro was required so much as just people selected into it, either through not knowing how the other systems worked or, you know, just the fates determining that was the way that they would wind up playing. And I sort of feel it'll be the same way with Megacorps. I feel the game assigns your populations in intelligent ways, but I also sort of think a failure to plan at this stage. I mean, it's probably not great that I've got three. It's probably not great that I've got 3 alloy foundries. Am I actually using all of them right now? Oh, so I am. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably it's probably a personal preference thing, but I definitely don't feel it's a requirement for me to micro things too much. Mad King Bruto says, Jesus, it's hot out today. 35 degrees Celsius. Nothing like a bourbon and a Coke, aircon, and system chalk to cool down. Well, Mad King Brutos, if you asked. Well, actually, I guess Sin isn't here. I can't say that I heat people up. If you came by when one of the other fine miladies was by... Well, no, wait a minute. We have a few more miladies in here. We've got Rouge Light Girl. We've got Domi. We've got... Apparently, the System Chalk channel, I have heard, has been very good at warming people up. Doesn't quite sell it, does it? Anyways. The remains of a vast space station have been found in the Kirano... in Kirano. Judging by the amount of what seems to be office space and a vast forum outfitted with dozens of different types of life support systems, scientists suspect that it is all that remains of an interstellar assembly. Fascinating. Can you not rebind keys to be able to zoom in and out? I have looked, B. Silverhound. This is definitely something that you can do in Crusader Kings 2, but every attempt that I have made to remap it has resulted in failure. The options of the game basically are these. So it's not within the game. There might be something in a text file that I can change, which I haven't realized. And if I was smarter, I would not have done... I wouldn't have played in Iron Man mode, so I could enable the gamepad and I would be able to navigate that way. But I didn't. It's in Iron Man mode, which means I can't even do simple things like enable the console. Or the controller. I'm pretty sure, anyway. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you type. I also don't think controller is the actual command. But yeah, so that's a really long way of saying, so far as I can tell, and if anybody happens to know the exact key that allows me to do these things, feel free to speak up, because I would love to be able to show you this nice, big, wonderful map. But for the time being, I believe I am limited in my reach. But that's fine, because the mouse, I mean, so the drawback is that I know, as is always the case with Stellaris expansions, I tend to get a little bit of a viewer bump when I'm doing the press key. So thank you, by the way, for hanging out. It's been a great pleasure, and a few of you who've followed. I know we gave a little bit of that back, but that's fine, because I think... it'd be nice if people can see, if basically people should be there to see what they are interested in rather than like me hitting some kind of a goal. But obviously once it comes out, you'll be able to play it yourself. And, you know, personally, I prefer playing games to watching them. So as a result, it may be that you're, you know, You'll be able to see my galaxy, but you'll have your own galaxies while you're off playing. But I hope by the 6th, I'll have that mouse. Sorry guys, I'm for some reason
upscaling complete.
Unable to click back into this window. This is not a Oop, there we go. Not a Stellaris thing, it's a desktop thing. Here we go. Okay, so we've got... I should be expanding. I did just waste a bunch of my alloys. I think it's probably better that I capture some of this, and we're going to have 12 energy anyway, so it's kind of the Grand Duke of York. Obviously, it'd be nice if I wasn't traipsing all around my territory, but it is what it is. So, what have you missed? A couple more Horizon Signal events, which are always fun. And I've just sort of been plodding along a little bit. I know I do have a bit of a stately pace, which sometimes frustrates people, but we've been... the CEO, Ebenezer Hawthorne, is re-elected. So that's good news. But yeah, it's mostly just sort of been continuing along the same lines. We had a little bit of an imbalance in terms of our raw materials, but we're starting to address that. And we're slowly progressing on research. In fact, really, it's the fact that I've just been getting so many high-level anomalies has been the main impediment to growth. So, hey, welcome back, Domi. The broken remains of 2 Cybrex warforms have been discovered in orbit around Urim 4A. They appear to have been destroyed in battle, but no debris from their adversary has been found. Either they were badly outmatched, or there is more to this engagement than it seems. Okay. So let's just probably should have done it this way. I think Hithram was where the messenger was. So again, we'll be waiting on this for a while. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we'll work with it. We'll just set it up this way. Yeah, so basically it's a little bit like some of the YouTube solutions where people like want to see chat on it, and that usually any solution that involves me doing like a special move is kind of a non-starter. Because like in this case, like in reality, I'm probably looking at 3 days, and I've been able to get by for a month without the scroll wheels. So I know it's a little frustrating for people watching, but in the end, like it's such a minor thing. Like I'll count the number of times I go to the wide galaxy map after I get it. And I have a feeling that it's probably not one of these things that needs a lot of build up. I appreciate the suggestion though. It's just one of these things where I usually if it involves work on my part, I tend not to do it. And that's probably not a good attitude to have, but it's how it's usually how things get done on the channel. Sorry, what else do we say? Oh, Domi says, you make it sound like this is an event. But yeah, you can still say goodbye. Oh, sorry, that was probably in reply to Captain Shield. My bad.
Ships upscaled.
Very tired, but also excited. Can't wait for Friday because your resus will start there. How about you? I was also meaning to ask Captain Shield, I know you had a delay in terms of one of the university applications that you were going to do, but I don't think I ever asked you when that will be coming up again. So I'd definitely be interested in hearing how that's going for you. So, in the meantime, while I'm planning... Archaeological project completed. After studying the wreckage of the 2 Cybrex warforms over Urim 4A, Science Officer Flora Hawthorne has concluded that they were most likely destroyed while fighting each other. This theory explains the lack of non-Cybrex debris, and it fits the damage patterns found on the wrecks. Why the 2 Cybrex vessels turned on each other remains a mystery, however. After they were immobilized, both warforms triggered some kind of self-destruct mechanism that fried their neural processors. An interesting find. And she has developed new skills, so she's got statecraft. Hail Jesus, how you doing? Good to see you. I was actually probably going to be wrapping up around this time, but I think I probably got another half hour in me. I don't think, like, so the way I'm thinking about this, I do have an early morning at work, but I also don't have a lot realistically that I can do. That half hour might as well be spent, spent hanging out with you rather than pretending that I'm going to get work done on a small project. I am incidentally doing some work on that, on analyzing the board game geek data, but I don't think I'll make a stream out of it because I tend to find that just like I can get distracted from a game, I have a feeling if I do that during an empirical project, it's going to get, I'm just not going to get things done. And the other drawback will be is I might potentially get annoyed if I feel that people are asking, so like the thing that's funny about it is while you're doing a project, there are a lot of questions that come up and it's not clear where you're going is necessarily going to be the right way. And that's part of the process. But because it's not apparent to the people who are watching that that's where you're going, sometimes it can sort of seem like they're prejudging the result, where you're just looking for, for the project basically. So I think what I'll do is I'll prepare the analysis, I'll prepare the presentation, and what I will do is I will replicate it on cast, and that way I've got a finished product, so I know that I'll be able to answer the questions in a meaningful way. But I won't get frustrated in the form of having to answer questions, which I sort of think are a little inappropriate for that period. So, anyways, you can all thank Hail Jesus for me streaming a little bit longer. Some other ones. Oh, okay, cool. Lots of things happening. Let me catch up with chat really quick, and then we're going to chat with the stagnant ascendancy. So your vacation won't have classes until March. Excellent. I didn't realize the break was that long. Not that you're aware of. How do you know that from elsewhere? Okay, I think most of that wasn't intended for me. And you realize that Hail Jesus' name is a pun now that he said it out loud. Oh, you have no idea how many times stuff sails right over my head. Until it's actually said out loud. So, okay, the Vun Okan Shard, a stagnant ascendancy, militant isolationists, they're xenophobes, pitiful creatures. Know that we have roamed the stars for eons before your hapless species mastered spaceflight. If any of your wretched little ships cross into our space, do not expect them to return. Cooperation will surely benefit us all. You know what? I'm going to do the screenshot with that over. All right. The news that we have encountered intelligent alien life for the first time is spreading like wildfire throughout Rhizome Capital. Our citizens are fascinated by these beings, and media is full of reports and speculation on the culture and society. The revelation that we are not alone in this galaxy has largely been greeted with celebration in Rhizome Capital. The empire these aliens have founded appears to be very old, and their level of technology is far ahead of our own. There is no doubt there is a great deal that they could teach us. Their wisdom must be great. So, this has again changed the dynamics a bit. If I build something here, they are going to crush me because they're xenophobes. What do you want? No. So I'm going to see what I can't get here. I will, check this out. But obviously, any expansion that we're doing is limited to this area and here. And then basically my entire eastern part of the empire is cut off until I'm able to either take out these aliens here, which shouldn't be too hard, especially if I upgrade the ship, or to claim the Gaia world. So. And then, sorry, somebody had a question. Sorry, I thought somebody had a question for me. I might have missed. Oh, so Domi said, Chalk, how is it going on? Where did it go? Oh, that question is for you too. How are you tonight? Not bad. I had some bad news today, which I won't relitigate. But I've really been enjoying Stellaris, obviously, and I've had a very friendly chat to keep me sane. Although I don't know what happened to the Eyes of Sin. She was here a little bit and then vanished into the horizon signal. So I don't know. I don't know if she'll be around before the end of the stream, but I'm sure she would say hi. Yeah, it's funny how you mentioned you don't leave things unnoticed after. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Chat moved a little too fast for me there. I knew you'd said something, and then I was like, wait, I didn't answer that, so I feel bad. Flendomo says, you know this question is off topic, but has anyone else experienced annoyingly high frequency of low-pitch humming noises when trying to sleep, seemingly coming from heat pipes, but not sure? High frequency but low pitch humming. Not really. I mean, the best I can sort of think of is like a heater or something like that, but that's something that I opted into. Like that's not a mysterious one. Maybe somebody's making electronic music within range. If it were the heat pipes in your house, you'd be questioning the local council. Through hard work and experience, scientist Huckleberry Oak has developed new skills. He's got the archaeologist trait. YU53547 periodically spews an alarmingly eclectic mix of particles and radiation into the void. So, of course, we'll go for another hard one because apparently I don't know when to quit for these things. You're going to the pharmacy to buy some earbuds tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'm totally drawing a blank as to what could even cause that, but I'm assuming the more frustrating revelation would be to find out what's causing it and then discover that it's not something you're actually able to change. Sometimes you listen to voices while you're falling asleep and they startle you, but not like pipes, no. Is the voice you listen to a Twitch one? All right, so I've got 220. Let's see what we got here. The Omega Theory, the universe tends irresistibly to onwards and downwards. That tendency cannot be reversed, but it can be subverted for a price. Okay, so for 2,500 we can get fusion reactors or the energy grid. My phone just told me I should be going to bed, but let's do the fusion reactor. I can't ignore my military for too long, and I'm going to be delaying the upgrades for a bit anyway. So we're going to build the starbase here. We're going to go straight to Zirac afterwards. So we'll sew up whatever we can here. We've got a pretty good run of alloys, and unless I start building some more starbases, and there is a bit of an argument, you know, if I build one here, I'm going to be able to take advantage of 3 sectors worth of trade value, and it is sort of in a choke point. I'd obviously be surrendering, you know, these territories. I mean, I suppose there's an argument for putting it here, but then that leaves Jana open. So this wouldn't be the worst place in the world to put a station, and then, you know, either I don't know if I'd want to put an anchorage on it, but you know, this would at least allow me to collect a little bit of trade.
Upscaling complete.
So we'll get that built right away. All right, so here, let's think a little bit about this. So we can, buildings and districts have their build costs reduced by 10%, build speed increased by 25, or we can take advantage of building and district upkeep. So let's just see what that's costing us right now. So about 5. This is really an energy play. I think I'm going to go for standard construction templates. Live in an apartment with 3 people, not too many available rooms. I can think of terrible things that you can do to your roommates to give yourself a different place to sleep, but I have a feeling that'll create more problems than it'll solve. Captain Shield says, got a bit lost in chat, but your enrollment appointment was on Friday. All right, how did it go? Or do you mean this Friday? Okay, so we're a little short on food. I want to see if that's because of a choice that the AI made or not. Well, we'll be able to take care of that with the existing population growth. So the real question now is, what do I want to put my existing workforce towards? Clerk isn't the most exciting choice I could be making right now, I don't think.
Research actualized.
I think I'm actually going to go for the mining district on this one, just because I think it's going to pay off a little bit in the long run, not so much in the construction of these, but the fact that I'm going to have a large stockpile to build from when I want to build another colony. 0G refineries, 10% bonus to mining station output, Nebula refinery. The addition of internal refineries on mining stations will substantially increase mineral production. Yes, I need to consider that as well. So we've got civilian fabricators, large industrial fabricators geared towards the production of consumer goods. So that's kind of equivalent to the one that I got for alloys. Long-range mineral scanners, which sounds nice, but I think in this case powered exoskeletons. It's cheaper and 5% bonus to my existing population that's working those.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, good news there. We'll build the... So it's just little things like this. The fact that I can right-click and say, okay, spend 200 minerals, I'm not even thinking twice about it, is the sort of thing that I prefer when I can. And because we got a surplus, I'm actually going to go straight for this territory and then we'll gobble this one up. Unfortunately, we're stuck here. We can't take it without raising the ire of the stagnant ascendancy. You'd likely get kicked out if you messed with the people in the apartment seeing that they're your family. What you gotta do is you gotta make it seem like it's somebody else who did it. You gotta play them off against one another. It is really tempting to go for this fleet upgrade right now. I think I'm going to try and show some restraint though. Also, I was meaning to do some special projects. What am I doing? Okay. Alpha aliens, gamma aliens.
Complete.
We'll track that on the map. Okay, I think we're all good. And then for the habitable world survey, we've got 1, 2... Yeah, we're not going to have that done for a while. So 38 months. We'll see what we've got after I expand out here. Yeah, Chalk, don't encourage that. Whisper me suggestions after your stream. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. I guess it depends how much you like your family too. Like I get along with them better when there's distance. I know not everyone's family is like that though. But incidentally, like my family is perfectly nice. Like if I were to complain about them or like my treatment under them or something like that, and you were to see the reality, like I would seem like the most ungrateful kid in the world. Like I cannot say that they're bad people, but it is definitely it is definitely a relationship that benefits from distance, because I also have a very fierce independent streak. Okay. So this is mostly just making sure that I've got a fleet that's in reasonably good shape. This is obviously going to be something that I can use to clear out these guys, but it's not terrible to sort of have a natural boundary. On the other hand, I'm thinking about this, once I explore all these areas, I don't have much for this ship to do, so maybe I will knock them out. It's not like I have any better options, so...
Upscaling complete.
Quick question, can you build lanes? No. The best that you can do is build a... when you get to a certain level of technology, you will be able to build gates. So yeah, we've got a gateway here. So right now, I can only discover these. I'm pretty sure if I double click on it, nope. Well, I'm pretty sure if I hit the mouse button, it'll let me go one way, but not the other. So this one isn't an L gate, this is just a disabled gateway. There is a level of technology that will allow you to construct some of these on your own. And that's the closest you can get to lanes. But obviously that's a very costly way of doing that. I don't know when you started playing Stellaris, Stomy, but it used to be, before Apocalypse, there were actually 3 types of space travel. There was hyperlanes, which is the one I actually usually played a lot just because it's very similar to Endless Space. There was sort of a standard hyperdrive where it was like you could just jump within a certain distance to any system that you wanted, but it was slower. And then there were wormholes, which were really fast and really effective, but you actually had to build the gates. And if you didn't have them in the right spots, that would sometimes hurt you. I felt that hyperlanes were ridiculously overpowered, especially against the AI. But I think, and I know a lot of people were really mad about the fact that they got rid of them, but they just added so many things in Apocalypse that it's hard to see. I think people just tend to be a little resistant to change, especially when they really enjoy a game. So, but would it be nice to have multiple styles of FTL flight? Of course it would. But I would much prefer Stellaris the way that it is now, with one set of hyperlane options than to go back in the name of preserving it. And of course, you can always go back patches if you feel that it's all been downhill since Apocalypse. First of all, who are you? And then of course, number 2, there's nothing stopping you from going to an old patch. Yeah, and everybody else answered that so much better than I did, so never mind. Pay attention to them. Flindoma says, there was some dude that talked about wanting to make a mod that with a mega construct called Hyperlane Router that could place 2 systems within X range and connects them. I mean, it's a neat idea. I'd be interested in holy crap. I just bumped my mouse. Okay, let's take a quick second to see what the galaxy looks. Oh. There's so much space. Maybe that's why they call it that. All right, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if I headed down here, kind of get near the edge. Sort of seems reasonably self-contained. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is the hyperlane router doesn't seem to be that... It doesn't seem to be that hard to implement, although I think probably it would raise... I think it raises all the questions. So I believe the reason why all the FTL styles were taken out was basically so that they could work with the new system they have for starbases. And I think the hyperlane router probably violates the assumptions that they were making when they stuck to hyperlanes, which is you create choke points and you create defensive structures that people need to work with. But I think if you make a new hyperlane sufficiently costly, this creates an interesting dynamic in terms of where it goes. I mean, like, it's not like in Hearts of Iron 4, they don't tell you, hey, there's an invasion coming. Like, with enough advance notice, I think, you know, an indication maybe that somebody's building this new hyperlane into your territory, for instance. I think that might be an interesting way. That would maybe break up some of the potential stagnation that comes in. But, oh, it would be built inside your own empire. Okay, that changes quite a bit. Not that it would be the worst thing in the world to happen. I just think, you know, I'd immediately be drilling Swiss cheese into the, you know, into the other guy's empire. But anyways, you need to. Oh yes, please do feel free to continue to recommend to all your friends. I think you wanted it half the price of a habitat with the same stinging influence price, but you required 2 router. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I can see that working. I also don't remember how much gateways cost, but I guess that would be an intermediate one. Anyways, I should probably keep doing more of the game because we've precious time left. The RCA Jureus finds a disturbing tangle of technology hidden in a deep crater on the asteroid's surface. Evidently, someone has, with rather simple means, managed to stabilize a one-way wormhole, and Science Officer Huckleberry Oak quickly asserts that the asteroid is the exit point. The other end opens up somewhere in uncharted space some light years away from a black hole, and small quantities of dark matter are leaking, being siphoned through the wormhole. Whoever set this up seems to have abandoned the operation. And we've got more dark matter. But where? And the place I can't go. Hey, Melemony, how are you doing? And your appointment went well. You've chosen your courses. You start on February the 4th. That is great news to hear, Captain Shield. I actually have the same question. I don't believe you. Maybe you've told me and I forgot. And if I did, I apologize. But what are you planning on studying?
Ships upscaled.
I want to know what I'm going to be learning in a few months. So do you know what you're going to be playing when 2.2 drops, Melemony? Cyberx Ruins. Higema 4A shows signs of having once been a heavily developed Cyberx world. With their typical efficiency, the machines have thoroughly strip mined the moon and and ruins from massive factory complexes can be found in both hemispheres. Curiously, a large rectangular area near the equator appears to have been left largely untouched. Go for it. I know, there are so many choices. Even if you don't go for a mega corporation, there's just lots to do. All right. I am debating on... Sort of knowing what I know, it is very tempting to go for this trading base here. I don't think I'm going to do it right now because I know I'm going to have some costs for expansion coming up. But the way I'm thinking about this here is, so I build a star base, collect the trade from these, those will head back to the capital. Comet sighted, a small celestial object with pronounced gaseous and particulate tails was recently observed in the Equity system. The passing was uneventful. It is a good omen. You tend to pick a type and play it for a while, really get to know it, so you'll take some time deciding.
Upscaling complete.
Obviously, as a mod, you need to play as a heavy authoritarian species. Domi, thank you very much for stopping by. Great to see you again. And I hope to see you soon. Have a wonderful evening. I'm probably going to be going to bed before too long myself. I think 14 minutes at the most. I just really like Stellaris, and this is, you know, always keeping in
Special
mind
project
that
actualized.
until something is actually like fully released, you should always be careful of what you hear, because I don't think they're going to change it substantially, but this is just it. Like, this is me tooling around in Stellaris and having a good time. And but I really am enjoying it so far. It's, you know, I've obviously gotten into a little bit of a steady state now. There's there's not as much for me to do expansion wise, just because I haven't gotten the planets that require that, but that's going to change pretty soon. You know, for instance, once I start this area, I want to build a big fleet so that I can take the Gaia world. There's a few different things that'll be happening, so anyways, Captain Shield says you have 5 courses: English, mathematics, methods, modern history, chemistry, physics. Physics might be swapped for hospitality though, and no, you didn't ask before, so I'm good. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Those sound like good courses. Is there a particular reason why you want to switch out of physics? Is it just you're a little concerned that you may not have the math prerequisites, or the reports of extraordinary free-floating crystal-like objects observed in certain systems have been investigated. The ship-size objects and their slightly smaller but equally crystal-like satellites first appeared inert, but sudden shifts in their orientation relative to our ships and new energy signatures emerging from within the prisms indicate that they might be alive. A fascinating prospect, to be sure, but they should be approached with caution. Our best and brightest are standing by to study these entities. So we can learn to coexist. So 106 months seems a bit costly.
A system has been surveyed.
I need 200 for the research stations, so but yeah, so basically the plan is once we finish this, we will build up in Matar. We won't build here. We'll build out whatever's here, and that'll basically
Special
take care of this
project
site.
actualized.
Archaeological project completed. In a surprising departure from the previous behavior, the Cybrex seem to have established a large reservation on Hijima 4A, where sapient organics were allowed to live completely undisturbed. Though they were closely monitored, the Cybrex left the inhabitants to develop on their own, even when a destructive civil war between the organics left the reservation largely depopulated. After several centuries, the Cybrex suddenly abandoned the moon, and the reservation's remaining population gradually died out. An interesting find. So 2 more. I know this one will take a while. But I think it's going to be another precursor event, so that'll mean we're 1 away. And then, of course, I'm going to find something nasty like, oh, hey, it's actually in the heart of the ancient, or the stagnant ascendancy. You wanted to do physics and hospitality, but they're on the same grid line, meaning the classes are at the same time, so it was either one or the other. Completely understand. Uh-oh. Shareholder weaklings, our warriors are on their way to plunder your systems. Face them in battle, if you can muster the courage, or cower in fear until they've had their fill of your riches. You can, of course, offer tribute now and spare yourselves from the coming onslaught. If it is sufficient, our warriors may be compelled to turn back. I'm okay losing the 250 food. A pity. I suppose our warriors will have to look elsewhere for entertainment then. Your people are safe. For the moment, at least. That's fine. We lent them the food at interest. Okay, so, I mean, it'd be nice to have the dark matter for sure, but that is not the worst planet in the world for me not to have access to. You decided to revise your offer, so you'll give me 400 energy, but you want 30%. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean that the value of Rhizome Capital just decreased? Damn it, Flendomo. What are you trying to say? I thought we handled that well. All right, so basically, once we finish, actually, I should be able to throw the. Okay, I'll just kind of reserve these resources. So we finish building up here. We build up here. If I get 200 alloys, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the trading base here because again we get to collect the 269.
Future market survey complete.
It's going to be a while since I can upgrade equity, and so I'm going to.
Has been surveyed.
So once I get a second trading base on equity, we're also going to be able to get 357 trade value as well. But this also has the benefit of being a nice little sort of backstop. In the worst case scenario, we should be able to hold some people off. Is it Leslie? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. 82. Thank you very much for that follow. I hope you're doing well. Being unable to protect your assets, how can I be sure that you won't have this happen on a regular basis? I got 875 good reasons why that won't happen again. Okay, so we are done exploring this part of the galaxy for now. So I think we need to get... Oof, that's a little... I mean, for 875... How far away are we on the... 1 year? Okay, I can wait a year before we show off the might. So here we're going to research the project. That'll free up this this ship. Obviously, I'll have to wait for the order to finish, but we'll be able to move into this immediately. And then we can start considering where our expansion will be going from there. Isley, sorry about that. Thank you very much for the follow, nonetheless. I should just caution you, we'll probably be wrapping up before too long. I'm already a little bit over time, and I do have work in the morning, but especially when there's something like... especially when there's something like Stellaris and it's a press key, I do kind of want to make sure that people are able to see as much of it as they can. I know, I don't get paid to do this, so I don't feel like super obligated to do like an 8-hour stream or something like that. But especially because I know I have a slightly slower pace, it's nice to try and give a couple of extra hours where I can. Incidentally, for those of you who came a little bit later, I haven't been playing as deeply in character for this one, but there have been a lot of fun events, and I think I'm going to fill up the next week with some reactions to those events. But this is the Twitter account for Rhizome Capital, the mega corporation that we are currently playing. And I don't know, like, it's a silly little thing I'm trying. It's kind of the first time I'm doing that, but I hope... Ooh, this is great news. I hope it's sufficiently entertaining that I get an excuse to do this for another for another occasion. I don't know quite the right way to do it, because it would be nice to sort of have like an archive of these old Twitter accounts, but I know like you need a separate email each time you make a new one. So we'll definitely do it for Rhizome Capital, but with the Marauders' fleet power numbering the tens of thousands, you don't think your investment would come to fruition. For that reason, you're out. But good product. Dragonfly's Den. No, Snapdragon's Den. There we go. The RCA Foundling has discovered the previously unknown strategic resource on B437 dubbed volatile motes. These preternatural particles contain a tremendous amount of energy which could be exploited in energy production as fuel or even as explosives. While we do not yet possess the means to extract this resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. And that is a very high priority for me because I have got a whole bunch of megaforges just waiting for some motes. Oh, another thing I'll mention. Let me just bring this up because I know there'll be some activity in the game shortly. But for those of you who just like the sound of my voice, there is the season finale of the Elder Scrolls Arena that will be premiering at 7 o'clock. That is a VOD, so if you there you go. So for those of you who don't know what a vodcast is, basically it's a video that I've already recorded. I've been doing a character a little more in character than this. I have a feeling. Oh, ancient mining drones. Reports of deep space drones in certain systems have been investigated. The drones appear to be workers and custodians of an autonomous orbital mining operation established millennia ago and then soon abandoned by all but the drones themselves, judging by the state of the processing equipment. Their purpose is obvious enough, mining. But who it is that tasks them is not immediately apparent. What is obvious is that no shipment of minerals has yet been received from this system in hundreds, if not thousands, of years. They may only be old drones, but they should be kept under close watch by Rhizome Capital. Establish a listening post.
Situation log revised.
All right, what's this going to cost me? Engineering, 51 months, and what would I be giving up for that? I'd be giving up hell no. But yeah, so if you want to hear me approximate what I think I would sound like if I was an Elder Scrolls Dark Elf while playing the very first Elder Scrolls game, the very last episode of that playthrough will be premiering at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. It will be pre-recorded, so I will not be able to respond in the cast. I always lose a few followers when I do one of those because people think I'm just being a jerk and not answering them. It is nothing personal. That is true of everyone who is watching it. But it should be a good time.
Special project actualized.
And no, it is not weird at all. Hail Jesus. Well, it's over in the sense that it's like over in the sense that the first season of Billions is over, but obviously Billions is continued on, so. But no, it's the only bit of feedback I get for the cast. Usually there's two kinds of feedback. One is like you have a really nice voice, and the other one is like, can you just please play the game? So. But Melemony does not want marriage because it depends on who my secret society is. The Messenger, possibilities. Oh, Billions is a great show. We've established that the escape pod was the kind of commercially available knockoff common in the previous phase of galactic civilization. No new technologies or other insights. The remains of the Messenger, however, are another matter. It's unmistakably an ancestor or a variant of the corporate species. Perhaps we have cousins out there, or perhaps we were subject to genetic manipulation by a precursor race. Veronica Garland is requesting permission to conduct more extensive research. So, no, and Veronica Garland must release their existing research, or release the funding. Of course we're doing that.
Log revised.
$60 days. Flendomo Incorporated? That does sound like a good company. I'm glad you like it. As some people, it's a very mixed one. It's so I will admit, Captain She, like it is the least successful thing that I've done, and I talk a bit about that at the end of the video. But one of the things that does keep me doing events like that it's usually because people like it a lot. Because I am a smaller caster, it tends to be a bit better to focus on things that a small group of people really enjoy than to try and have this mass appeal that, somehow I'm going to dislodge, Ninja or Sheriff Eli or something like that. It's not a very realistic expectation for my style of casting and just my general reach. So, getting feedback in terms of the sorts of things that people like a lot it really does help me sort of make sure that I don't get discouraged and stop things that have an audience. So, colossal impact crater hints that something big collided with the surface of this planet once. All right, so let's figure out what we want to do with this researcher. I think this is creating a little bit of a race between my guys, but in this case, I think we're just going to focus on expanding as many borders as we can. And then if I have to double back and come back here, we'll see. So, got me because of it? You'd say that's a success. Oh, no, not at all, Captain Shield. It's a pleasure to have you in here. So, and not enough screeching for that. Hi YouTube, this is System Chalk. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that smash, or what is it? Smash that subscribe button.
Special project actualized.
Veronica Garland has reconstructed the messenger. It's quite impressive, worryingly so. It seems to be considerably more robust and aggressive than our current edition. There is some confusion about whether we were the source species and the messenger is the modified version, or whether the messenger was our ancestor. Veronica Garland is firmly of the former opinion, that we were once a much more of a warrior species, and that some meddling precursor muzzled us genetically. Indeed, they consider the loss of our martial abilities a tragedy. Such a tragedy that they have undergone a retroviral treatment to alter their own physiology and to that of the messengers. They insist that this will equip them much better to continue the project. So, a creative form of treason, execute them please. A creative form of treason, execute them please, and destroy their notes, or excellent idea. Get on with it then. Yeah, well, it's a tough call because I really do like riding the horizon signal. I really do like embracing the madness on this one, but it seems there's a consensus in chat that we should ditch the scientist. Okay, here. I mean, it would be really funny to see the rebranding of Rhizome Capital as a private military contractor, but I think in this case we'll say a creative form of treason, execute them, please. Okay, let's I actually think Flora Hawthorne would be a great candidate to go into the... Well, she's still only level 2, so... I think we'll take Basil Oak. We'll put him temporarily in the lab, and then once the research is done, we'll move on. It's actually the first time that I've executed a scientist on that one, so I'm a little curious what'll happen. Acceptance of violent assets will likely result in stock values dropping to an unacceptable point, allowing too many to afford investment, effectively diluting your shares. Fusion reactor. Nuclear fusion processes generate a great amount of power for ships, but without many of the risks associated with fission power. So they're all pretty high tech. FTL inhibitors seems like a really good idea. But so do UV lasers. So do I go for more shooty or do I go for more defense? I gotta get this out of the way sometime, so I think let's just rip the band-aid off. That's a spicy meatball. Okay. System stock dropping. I will say one thing that I haven't quite worked out yet is the best time to build a second construction ship. I did play a private game over the weekend, and I noticed that I went for an early second construction ship, and it wound up being quite idle for a while. So, yes, I'm committed to, if I can, at least 2 tweets a day, and I have a feeling this playthrough has given me a lot of things to react to. So I think what I might wind up doing... The problem is right now I don't... Holy crap. Sorry, for some reason, I think everybody subbed in like the beginning of November, so I just saw like my sub numbers get cut in half. Sorry about that. That genuinely surprised me. I shouldn't... That actually happens every month, and I need to stop focusing on that, but it totally caught me off guard. But yeah, so the commitment is to do at least 2 updates a day, and I think what I'll do is I'll upload a lot of these screenshots to my phone, and if I can, to upload sorry. Basically, I'm at my cap. There's someone who seemed excited about giving some extra tweets, but I haven't gotten anything yet. So I think I need to build up another week. So like when I started that account, I did about a week of sort of advanced material. Yeah, I don't know. I think probably what I'll do is I'll take tomorrow at my lunch. I'll probably take those screenshots and I'll turn them into a series of tweets, and that should give me some runway. And then obviously, if I have a good idea, I'll shuffle it in. I'll shuffle it into the cycle. So, I'm not quite sure, Flendome. I don't actually spend too much time looking at that sort of thing. And yeah, I know Captain Shield. It was actually really cool that somebody gifted it to you. So it's not these things happen. They ebb and flow. I definitely had a big drop. That was like a permanent drop. But it's not the end of the world. It's just, whenever you look over and all of a sudden you see like that number just crater over the course of a stream, you're like, Jesus Christ, what did I do wrong? But hey, Cyberdog, good to see you. I'm actually, oh Jesus, I'm already 10 minutes over. But let's try and get to a good finishing spot. We'll talk about what the next few plans are, and then we can wrap it up for tonight. So I apologize, Cyberdog. I know you just got here, but I'm actually late. So. Massive crater on Zudra 1 appears to be the result of a collision with a starship. From the size of the crater, we suspect that a ship exiting a hyperlane at maximum velocity rammed the planet for reasons unknown roughly 10,000 years ago. The RCA Foundling has picked up a residual subspace echo near the crash site, reminiscent of a collapsed hyperparticulate field, but as the ship itself disintegrated on impact, the theory cannot be verified. Free physics research. Okay. So definitely want to upgrade my fleets when I can, but it's 487. I could go halfway, but I think I want to get the main fleet upgraded because obviously they're going to be going after the alien vessels. This guy will be finishing the research station, and then we can upgrade the I've already got the alloys dedicated to this area. This is going to be the last upgrade that I do because I have to give the fanatic xenophobes their space. Cyberx refinery. Ancient debris from some kind of massive Cyberx refinery complex has been found in orbit around the gas giant of Urim 3. Lingering energy traces suggest that it was destroyed by some kind of antimatter weapon. Fascinating. Okay, now I was thinking of replacing her, but then I remembered that she actually has an anomaly bonus, or it's faster for her to research anomalies, so I actually still want her in the field. Huckleberry Oak, I think there's the same argument for keeping them in the field. So it's really Iris Hawthorne is the only one. And then I think all of these people... Well, we can flip out Basil Oak. And then I'll just double check. Yeah, I don't think there's any benefits. I don't think you get a benefit for having, like, the same colors. I think it has to specifically be the same thing. Oh, I was ignoring my colonies. Okay. So I've got unemployment, unfortunately. I should have been paying closer attention. So we still have one job on the capital. That's good news. As far as the colony is concerned, let's think a bit about what I need. My raw materials are generally okay. Might want to build a farm. We've got negative for amenities. So part of that's going to be solved by a city district. Part of that's going to be solved by upgrading this building. How long does that take? 356. Too long. What's the capital look like? So they've got research labs, planetary administration, civilian industries, commercial zone. Yeah, so we need some kind of building dedicated to amenities. Which kind of sucks because obviously I'd like to have more resource production if I can. I also need more minerals. But I think it'll probably be commercial. And as it happens, okay, so this thing will produce, yes, okay, so it'll be unfortunate. The worker's going to be sort of sitting on their hands for a bit, but we'll build a new capital, and then I think we'll probably just leapfrog and go straight for commercial zone as well. Unemployment, and you should have been paying closer attention. I'm very happy I chose to play this this particular species. Okay, let's bite the bullet. We'll upgrade the main fleet. I should have enough. Alloy production to be able to get through the worst of it. So glad you decided not to invest. It's one pop. And I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure what I'm waiting for as far as like the right time to end. Maybe I'll just wait for the 3 minutes and I'll have like a nice even 4-hour VOD. We should be okay though. One thing I'm not 100% sure on right now is the consumer goods. So if I go to the capital, so if I go under decisions, I could distribute luxury goods, which will give me a bonus to amenities and immigration pull, which is good.
Research actualized.
But I could say the same for exoskeletons. Wearing a powered exoskeleton suit augments the user's strength and speed. The military applications are obvious, but will also increase labor efficiency. Oh boy, I know what I'm doing. Robotic workers.
Special project actualized.
Evidence has been found indicating that the Cybrex were mining helium-3 on Urium-3, using their orbital complex to refine the gas before distributing it as fuel to their roving space fleets. Interestingly, the energy signature of the antimatter weapon that destroyed the facility is distinctly Cyberx in origin. Why would they destroy their own refinery? So how are we doing on that? So 5. So only one more. Okay, so they are already on their... Oh, I've got a couple people on there. Okay. So this one, I think we're gonna do what we originally said and investigate to the left. I think I'm going to stay in the closed area. The VODs have the chat replay. They do on Twitch, but not on YouTube. On YouTube, people just have to suffer through the fact that I am responding to people. You'll notice that I do my best to say what somebody has said when I reply, but it's
Research
imperfect at
actualized.
best. Gene clinics. The colonization of alien worlds has opened up an entirely new field of biomedical research. Okay, so I can do the Omega theory for 65 months, off-world trading company for 49 months. That will really help my trade value. Hyper entertainment forums, which I really should do because I'm ignoring my... This is another big thing, is that consumer goods are no longer just like, if you build it, they will come. You actually need to consider about the distribution of goods in your society, which I think is a really neat idea. And it definitely prevents you from like building 101, military facilities. I'm sort of suffering for not having enough in terms of amenities. Yeah, so I'm split between the off-world trading company and Omega theory. Half a whole useless on its own when complete may allow our scientists to stumble upon the Omega theory technology. Set of social protocols based on a paradoxical intuition and on love when we know the system of the... off-world trading company because I know we'll get that option again. All right. I'm now over 4 hours, so... is there anything else to be done about this? Well, we've got our starbase.
Upscaling complete.
So we'll build a mining station. We'll lock in an expansion to the final remaining starbase. And now I think we can review a little bit of what we're going to be doing. Communications established. We are receiving a transmission from the Independent Space Station of the Artisan Troop. They appear to have successfully translated our language. A visitor! This is a joyous occasion indeed. Oh, forgive my manners. I believe introductions are in order. We are the Artisan Troop. Our members have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of art, music, culture, and all other things which make existence bearable to a sapient being. Please, if you would like to share in the wonder of our creations, do not hesitate to contact us. They sound like a great source
Future market
for
survey
future
complete.
Rhizome branded merchandise. So, here is basically what we're going to do for the next little while. We're more or less have locked this in. We're going to take some time to upgrade our existing fleets, obviously, but the next few rounds are going to be colonizing this ocean world if I can.
Outlier identified.
Some kind of unknown structures are floating in this gas giant's upper atmosphere. They appear to be using aerostatic lift to remain buoyant. So now that we've kind of got some of the major research out of the way, there's going to be two paths that we take. One is going to be to sort of colonize where we can and see what options are sort of to the right and the left. The next path is going to be the reason why I decided to upgrade this fleet. We want to knock out these drones. Actually, what I probably should do first, I should do the drone study. And then, and after that, I can start taking out the drones, because then that'll tell me where I can get some pretty good resources.
Special project actualized.
Sensor malfunction. On the crew's arrival to Zudra, they were able to confirm that their sensors were indeed malfunctioning. The good news is that not only were their initial estimates for the star's energy output grossly understated, Basil Oak seems to have learned from past mistakes. Failure is but a stepping stone to success. So, +8 to Zudra. So that will get me what? Oh, well, I already know that I'm taking that place, so great news. Okay, so the Foundling's going to focus on the right-hand side of the Empire. So the question is, do I want to kind of head up, or do I want to try and go around? Let's see what we find going down this path. the faint hope that I have is that we might be able to find a way to connect all of this together, because this is a Gaia world, and if I have a way of kind of saying, nope, all this is mine, that means that I can take the Gaia world at my leisure. Tell you what, we'll keep playing until we get our planetary administration, and then we'll see how we're doing as far as amenities are concerned.
Upscaling complete.
All right, still short on amenities, so let's build a city district right away. Actually, what am I doing? I need to properly build a commercial zone. There's no other way that's going to happen. So we can produce trade value and amenities, alternatively unity and amenities. I like both, but obviously we build malls. We're the plant capitalists. Okay, I think we're done. So a quick reminder for those of you who do like the Elder Scrolls things, that will be tomorrow, 7 o'clock Eastern sharp. So I guess rewind the clock 4 hours, 23 minutes, and then fast forward it 24 hours. Or just fast forward the clock 20 hours and change, or a little under 20 hours. I could have put it that way. I'm sorry. It's late. If you're interested in more Stellaris, I have a little difficulty in terms of figuring out how this is going to go. So in one sense, I kind of want to do some more Stellaris on Wednesday, but Wednesday is normally assigned to Cultist Simulator. And I'm genuinely unsure about which one to do. I think I might do Stellaris just because it is the last day before release, and I think people would like to see sort of how this story continues. So apologies. I am aware that a lot of you only come for Cultist Simulator. Actually, you know what? Let me know. I'm probably a little more inclined towards doing Stellaris because it is more of a time-sensitive thing. But if you feel very strongly about, and you'd prefer to see Cultist Simulator, that is very good feedback for me to hear. Let me know. If it's YouTube, it may be a little too late, but also you can let me know in the comments. I'll try to be receptive to stuff like that. But just keep in mind, I mean, it is a press key, so it's one of these things where, you know, it would be nice to do this as thoroughly as I can before release. But one way or the other, the season finale for Elder Scrolls Arena is up tomorrow. And if you want to follow the Twitter account for Rhizome Capital, I will be trying to digest the Capital. I will digest the game's events in a series of tweets. Again, I try to update it twice a day if I can, but it is all recreational. I originally said I was going to be spending less time on Twitch, and I actually noticed that I've increased the amount of time that I've been spending on Twitch by quite a bit. So I'll figure this all out, but those are some fun things that you can do. Elder Scrolls Arena is the very first Elder Scrolls game, and I am interested in seeing whether or not there is any appetite for more content along those lines. So definitely feel free to speak up during the chat for that. I'll try to be inside a chat to respond to everyone. But as for me, I believe that's it. So what are my options for trying to see who my options are for streaming. I don't think I know any of the Stellaris streamers on right now. Thank you, Zenzi Aurora. Where is Stellaris? Oh, you know what? The Cool Eagle is streaming. Yes, thank you, Melemony. The Cool Eagle was kind enough to stream me when he had like 100 people watch, or sorry, host me when he had about 100 people watching. So I can't give him those numbers, but we can definitely give him all of our dearest attention and love and whatever it is you give people inside of chats. So Cool Eagle is definitely a very friendly guy. Check him out. He is going to be streaming Megacorp, so you're not going to be just seeing any Stellaris. You are going to be seeing the new patch, which I know most of you are here for. So thank you very much for that, guys. I'll see some of you tomorrow. I'll see some of you Wednesday, where it will likely be Stellaris. But as always, check out Twitter. That's the System Chalk Twitter, not the Rhizome Capital one. And then Friday we'll figure out where we're going. Friday I'll probably be back to Battlefield, but we'll see what we can do. Anyways, thank you very much, everyone. Say hi to Cool Eagle for me.